"8:24 p.m. on February 25th. Get off the building, it's about to blow. Get off the building, it's about to blow. Get off the building, it's about to blow.
Welcome to Speed. I did not have anything out yesterday. I actually had 3 carpenters here. We're trying to work on my addition. So I spent 11 hours in the burning sun, and I feel very tired and old today, but I got a boots on the ground for you. Appreciate Appalachian's Homestead. She did a shout out for me, some kind words. I appreciate that. I'll put a link to her video, channel in the description. So go check her out. She's definitely a homesteader. Let's get right into boots on the ground for today. I work for a Walmart and I work in the pet area. The Elpo dog food rep came in and said that Elpo is having a hard time getting their ingredients to make all of their different foods. So at some time they might have to cut out Walmart as it's a reseller of their product and just work with especially pet stores. This is Costco in Greensboro, North Carolina. Every aisle has items spread out, taking up double the space it should be. That equals a lot of empty spaces in the stores being covered up. Also, someone was at a gas station buying some snacks and candy and stuff like that. They had stickers next to every item, but they had not a single price tag, so you didn't know what you were paying for that item until you got up and it rang at the register. That's probably because the prices are going up so quickly. Every tag is expensive, and it takes time to physically replace tags in all those stores. So you might see a trend. This is the second time I've gotten a report where there's no prices, just a sticker, and you'll find out when you get up to the front. This is Quebec, Canada. They were looking at Walmart for cough syrup. Nothing available at all. Empty shelves for cough syrup. So, actual intel. If you need cough syrup for this coming winter, get it now. This is a cancer patient. They have to go, I think, every 3 months, and have blood taken and some tests done. They were out of their regular needles, and he described it, or they described it as it hurt like hell. It was the wrong size needle, or it was a poor quality needle. Even the nurses were complaining about these new needles. Their other supplier has gone out of business. This is Columbus, Indiana. They say the COVID risk is high, so Cummins Engine Plant is bringing back the mask. This is a ShopRite in New Jersey. They bought 3 1-quart containers of organic creamer. The sign under the creamer said $4.99. When they got to the register, it rang up $7.99. That's a huge increase. The manager let him have it for the $4.99, but immediately instructed a worker to go back there and take the sign down. This had a lot of pictures sent to me, and this person said, this is the Walmart. I think it's in Jennings, Louisiana. Right in the middle, they showed me pictures of where the dairy was, where the eggs were, and usually in this section they would be full of racks of water or juice. Those racks were gone, and in its place were racks of clearance clothing. It looked funny. You're expecting food products there, and they had clearance clothing. This is because of the influx of all the containers being unloaded, all the ships being unloaded. They were sitting for a year. Now Walmart and all these other retailers are being inundated with many products that they really can't sell, so they're clearancing them, trying to move the products. This is Plano, Texas. This is the suburbs of Dallas, and over the years we were named one of the safest cities in America. Those days seem to be over. They went to Burlington Coat Factory, and dressing rooms were closed. They asked why. They needed to try something on, and the clerk said shoplifting. They will not reopen. There's so many people taking stuff in there, putting it on, and wearing it out of the store. Also went to Long John Silver. They had a sign there, no cash, credit cards only. And they also said a lot of homeless men. They were very specific, homeless men. Let's go over to the Pacific Northeast, the state of Washington. 300 people laid off from a mortgage company, and more layoffs are coming. They said the mortgage business has not been this bad in over 20 years. It's going to get worse. Today, I think they're going to raise interest rates again, and you'll see more layoffs in mortgage because there is no demand for mortgages right now. It has collapsed. I live in northern Indiana. I used to see the Amazon truck coming through at least once a day. Have not seen an Amazon truck in my neighborhood in 2 weeks. Is anyone else seeing this slowdown? I will say we don't get an Amazon truck anymore because of my zip code. They have Amazon will not deliver. I live in the boondocks, so it's not a profitable route for them. So what's happening now is all my Amazon deliveries will come through the United States Postal Service, which is very slow. So you might still be getting the Amazon delivery. They might be coming through another company. This is FedEx. They had to overnight some medicine from Southern California to Nevada. Because of this overnight and the special quick shipping, it was $92, and this is just a little thing of medicine. It was sent Thursday night. Today is a long time from Thursday night. Still nothing as of Tuesday afternoon. So you had Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. This is FedEx. It was supposed to be overnighted quickly. Terrible service. This is Whole Foods in Houston area. The refrigerators went out and they had to throw tons of food away. We're seeing that all over the United States. It's very interesting to see. Look for if they have just a few refrigerated or frozen products in their refrigerator or freezer section. That means the unit's probably running. When you see nothing in there, it's probably because it's broken. Crime. I'm just going to tell you, crime has gone crazy. You need to protect yourself, your property. Do not travel by yourself if you have to go to a mall or grocery store. Take another friend with you, buddy team. This person said, no turkey lunch meat in central Arkansas. Lady in the deli said that there's a recall, so they got rid of it all. This is a major motel chain in Pennsylvania. The desk staff was given this memo or this email. Please be aware that I have been working on our issues with our credit card terminals the last week or so. We cannot simply just order new terminals because of the ongoing chip shortages. A lot of companies have things that they need to repair, be it cash register machines, be it anything to deal with credit cards, the readers. Can't replace them. My daughter worked for Dollar General. She had 124 sheets of price changes. Each sheet has 24 prices on it. That's 2,976 items that went up. A few examples were eggs went up to $4 a dozen. A year ago, it was $1.68. This person sent me a picture. They bought some Kroger's butter. It was their brand of butter. They just purchased 1 day ago. They opened the package, and you could definitely see black mold on the butter underneath the packaging. It actually expired 4 days ago. So watch expiration dates. Watch quality of your food. This is Northern California. This is St. Helena A&W drive-thru. Must be a restaurant. They ordered 2 orders. They had hamburgers, fries, and Cokes. The 2 orders came to $32.50. Also, they went to a grocery store, bought some hot dogs, and they expired on 7/21, so they're days out of expiration. Also, a hardware store. They went to get some quart-sized candy jars. They were $17.99, which is expensive. I can get them here for $15, but only 9 is in the case. They used to have 12 in the case. They have cut the cases back to 9. Shrinkflation. This is Southern Missouri. This is an Amish produce auction. This morning, half a bushel of green beans went for $50. Zucchini, $35. Blackberries, $8.50 a pint. A half a bushel of yellow squash, $30. Corn was $8.50 for a dozen ears, but you had to buy a bag of 10 dozen. Tomatoes were over $1 each. They said produce is 4 to 5 times the price of last year. This is Aden, North Carolina. They said they're in the boondocks, a very quiet place. They said that their neighbor had their vehicle broken into. I don't know if it was locked or not. I can't remember what they said, but they had a purse and a firearms taken from the vehicle. They actually then walked over to this person that's reporting it, and their video camera picked it up of them coming onto their property, carrying the purse and carrying the weapon. So crime is going crazy. Please be careful. This is a radiator hose for a farm truck, paid $38. The old price for the same thing was $21. Had scheduled appointment to get my driver's license renewed. This is in Kansas. I need to have it done by August the 20th. I called all DMVs within 100 miles and could not get an appointment. Can't make an appointment until after April 15th, and it looks like their license expires the 20th. They said they used to remember just being able to walk into any of the Kansas DMVs and get in 30 minutes. So if you need to get some paperwork, if you need to get a license renewed, start earlier. This is a home warranty company. Sent out a memo to people saying because of the increased costs of all the repairs necessary to honor home warranties, we're going to have to raise our prices. And the reason is water heaters have gone up 45%. HVAC 30%, appliances 15%. I'm hearing a lot of numbers here, and I'm not hearing 8 and 9% that the government says inflation is. This is Boise, Idaho. This is a Costco. 3 pound of their Columbia Kirkland brand coffee used to be $8.99 to $9.99, and this was the price for years. I just paid $16 for the same can. That is a 60% increase. 60%. Thank you for all the ones sending me in empty shelves or reduced shelves. It's amazing. If you live in an area that you're not seeing the empty shelves, thank God and keep stocking up. Dollar General, this person said we had 3,500 price changes this week, ranging from 10 cents to $1. This person went to the bank to get some money out, and this was on July 26th. My wife just called me and said that the local Chase Bank is closed. They have a sign on the door saying a shortage of workers will not open right now. And this is not a small town, this is a big town, so there should be enough workers. This is a mowing service. They're waiting on a bearing for their equipment, been waiting 3 months. They've had to let some customers go because they can't service them all. So it's hurting his business. This is over a bearing, and he said 3 months to the day. So let's go. I work at a local Harbor Freight tool, and we have seen a lot of shortages on our delivery, and we have lots of outs in our stores. My wife was just informed that her position is being eliminated on Sunday due to not enough sales. She has been a key holder at Joann's Fabric and Crafts for 5 years. She gets a 6-day notice that her position is being eliminated. We go from a 2-income family to a 1-income family in 6 days. Things are not okay. Do not believe anything that MSM tells you. A lot of people are sending the prices at the sticker on the shelves is not matching when they check out. Please check it. 99% of the time they're honoring if they still have a bad sticker. Went to Walmart. Price on the shelf for canned chicken was $7.92, but checked out, price was $9.99. 2 weeks ago, 60 counts of eggs were $10 and change. Now they're $14.21. This is the Amazon Fresh Delivery items. This person buys from Amazon Fresh Delivery, and they track their purchases. Can of Star-Kissed tuna was 69 cents. Now it's $1.19. That's 72% inflation. A 16-ounce Amazon peanut butter was $1.99 in June. It is now $2.49, but it is out of stock. That is a 25% increase. Organic bananas, 5 of them, was $1.29. Now $2.39. That's an 85% increase. Amazon brand canned corn, 69 cents to 89 cents. That's a 29%. And Amazon brand 10-count instant oatmeal went from $1.69 to $3.29. That is a 95% increase. No beef patties at the Burger King in Idaho Falls last Friday. No beef patties. That is their business. Burger King, when you say Burger King, you think of a big old juicy hamburger. When they don't have any to sell, that is a major supply problem. This is Central Florida. We got the quote for new insurance. The cheapest rate is 5 times the increase, with less coverage and higher deductibles. I am 67 years old and my wife is 65. We are forced to put the house up for sale, have no idea what to do or where to go. That's desperation. And this is caused by inflation. It's caused by politicians not having a sound financial system for us to work off of. We put our trust in them, and they have collapsed the system, and we are paying for it. Not the rich, not the politicians, but the average Joe that keeps America running. I went to Arby's near my work last night for my lunch break and tried to order a turkey wrap. They were out, so I said I'll get a chicken wrap. They're out of chicken. So I ended up getting a roast beef sandwich, fries, drink. Just a medium combo, and it was $10.50. I remember when you could go for $3.99 and then went to $4.99. Now a medium combo is $10.50. This person says, never been unusual to see older, presumable fixed income people stopping just short of the exit door and taking a long, hard look at their receipt before they leave the store. But lately I've noticed people of all ages doing it, especially the 30-somethings, couples with little kids. I think they are thinking I'm almost in disbelief of the cost, the shock of that higher price. This person sent me some pictures. I was at the Walmart in Rattleman, North Carolina. Soft drinks, potato chips, vegetable oil, olive oil, sugar, lunch meat, lots of dented cans. All those items were short supply or very, very short supply. But they did have a positive note that the expiration dates that they saw were still good. Let's go to Jacksonville, Florida. This is a Chinese restaurant. They've been going here for years. It's not a richly place. Most of it's takeout. They only have 4 or 5 tables inside. They got 2 orders. They did a call-in. They got some mugu gai pan. They got some fried rice. They got some 4 egg rolls. They didn't even get drinks. Normally it was ranging about the 20-something price tag. They got there to pick it up. It was $75. They had already ordered it, so they went ahead and paid for it because that was the only fair thing to do. They said, never again, never again. They're going to learn how to cook Chinese. They could not believe the price increase. This is Israel. Israel has government-regulated bread prices, but in the next few weeks, they have announced that they will go up 21%, and that's just for bread. This is a prayer request and a report. This is coming from California. This is a custodian that has sent this in. He works at a school, and there's a special ed teacher that has been very kind and is a sweet person. Earlier, this teacher lost a child years ago. 5 years ago, but right now they have a son. This is a growing son. He's in need of a heart surgery, and while they're doing some testing on him, they discovered a spot on the young man's brain, so they're going to be doing more testing. So pray for this young man, pray for the family. They've already lost one child 5 years ago. A lot of people are hurting. I get emails. My email load has exploded beyond human comprehension, which is good. I'm getting a lot of boots on the ground, but I'm also getting a lot of people that are in desperate need. They're lonely. They're struggling. So you, If you can bring any kindness, can you bring any love, if you can help one person today, please do it. Just a smile. Hold the door open for someone. Thanks for watching.
Alright, I just put the link to Southern Prepper in the chat there, so I've been doing some work on the setup here, and I'm just checking the levels here. So it looks like everything's working alright. So we got a little bit of Poker Face playing in the background, and Poker Face is right here. So yeah, things are getting worse. Things are getting trippy. It's not going to get any better. So just hang on tight. So yeah, I've been working on the studio setup here. I'll show you here a little bit. Somebody commented earlier in Tommy Temper's chat that they wanted to see the new setup here. So I'm constantly doing upgrades, so I'll give you a little bit of a hands-free tour here if I can get this to focus. Alright, so what did I add? I added some voice compressor processor down here. So that's down here. And this is a rack from the radio station. I'm just pulling out old gear. I got gear all around the house, man. I got so much radio gear. I'm just knocking the dust off of it and tuning it. And on the top is a sound effects virtualizer pro. I'll get that hooked in line eventually. But yeah, I added that. I put this rack in here. I added some artwork. But I added my assistants here. So this one here is Ziggy. Introduce yourself. Ziggy, what time is it? So that comes in over the microphone. So that's for me. And then computer, what time is it?
The time is 10:33 p.m.
So that's the one that you hear, and I can turn that audio up there because I got Poker Face playing in the background, so that's probably not very loud. And then at the very top, okay Google, what time is it? So that comes in over the mic as well. So the only one you hear is the white one in the middle. That comes through the mixer. And I did some artwork. This is a picture I took of a yellow jacket probably 20 years ago. And this is actual yellow jacket nest. This is the webcam that looks straight at me. And I added some more kind of flair and artwork that I'm working on here. Just stuff everywhere. Yeah, got some flair everywhere. And all kinds of, oh, I forgot. So this is the main streaming system that was in the big studio right here. So I've been working on that for the last day and a half. That's the black machine. It's the Generation 6 i7K 4 gigahertz with 32 gigs of RAM and a 960 GTI. That's my machine. So I'm back in business. I'm not handicapped anymore with a slow machine. So that's what I've been working on last couple of days. Oh, and I got my sound effects laptop that I'm working on. I'm building that one up. And I want to eventually get it somewhere here. I'm probably going to add on to this system right here. All right, so let's get the call-in lines open. So yeah, that's the little stuff I've been working on. So go ahead and click on the link at the top there. You should be able to see the number. It should be showing up as it is. All right, so there we go. And the microphone should sound better. It might be a little hot right now. Let's see. Testing. Testing the mic. Mics. Testing the mic. Mic. That's the wrong knob there. Make sure you hit the right knob. All right. So yeah, there it is. That's the setup there. And I guess I'm talking loud enough for you to hear me over Poker Face. I can't really turn it down anymore. Alright, so the Facebook messaging audio is up. So if anybody wants to call me through Facebook messaging or call me through 512-221-1953. And if you don't call me, I'll start ranting. Boy, do I have some stuff to rant about. Oh man. So you can't see it, but yeah, I'll just show you real quick while I'm so while I'm listening to talk radio all day, or just thoughts pop into my head. These are my post-it notes, okay? So this is the stuff I'm going to be ranting about. This is stuff that just pops into my head, and I write it down. Of course, that's washed out. But you can see all this stuff here, right here. And I have them all around. I'll have a notepad by the bed when I'm working outside, and I keep separate notepads. And then I got one right down here. I got them everywhere. So when something pops into my head that just comes to mind, it's going to be good show content. So that's something new that I've been doing for the last couple of weeks. I just haven't had a chance to share that. But yeah. So if it seems like I've been ranting a little bit more lately, it's just because I've been taking notes on the stuff that pops into my head. William Roach says rant on. Man, I'm just trying to hold back right now. I don't want to start the stream off rant with a big rant, but I might have to. Yeah, I can rant about ranting. Okay, here's what gets me. So, we're subsidizing right now General Motors. This is just one thing, just right off the top. I keep hearing this. General Motors claims that they're going to be the next EV, like an electric vehicle is the solution to our problems. We need to figure out this whole food air thing and stop this whole sickness that's going on in the world. And again, the best face diaper, the best jab is your immune system. It's not. Okay, well, that stops me from ranting, so let's see if this works here. Alright. Caller, you're on the air.
Hello, Fry. How are we doing tonight?
We're doing good. This sounds like a familiar voice.
I hear a little back noise.
Alright,
no,
so
I don't.
I'll turn off the music. So, the music's probably distracting. Can you hear the music?
No, actually, I don't hear the music. I actually heard my own voice for a little bit.
Alright. Do you still hear it?
I think it's good now.
Okay. Alright, cool. So you did a 13-hour stream today?
What's that?
You said you did a 13-hour stream today?
I did. That's the longest stream I did.
Yeah, you're
very longest stream I did.
You're coming in good and hot. That's good. I'm adjusting levels. I've been tuning stuff. So, what is your diesel bill run a week? Do you know?
Well, I fill up at the yard, and we're probably at the yard about 7 cents cheaper than the average price out on the road. So, my diesel bill filling up almost like twice a week is almost like $1,600 right now.
God, that's just crazy. $1,600 just
crazy.
For diesel, and that's not including DEF and wear and tear, right?
Right. So yeah, it's pretty bad regardless of how you look at it. And the bad part is like when you buy diesel fuel out on the road, they actually limit you to about 150 gallons of fuel, and that's all you can buy.
And is that because it's a shortage, or why are they doing that?
Well, I think it's more or less them being able to pay for the fuel. So, I mean, I can see why they're probably doing it that way, is because if nobody can pay for the fuel and they run off, well, then they're out of all that money for the fuel. So that's probably why they're only doing 150 gallons.
Huh. Well, it doesn't make any sense.
Like,
you're getting robbed at the gas pump, and then they're limiting what you can buy. So it's kind of a mind screw.
With this truck, I've got twin 150-gallon tanks. So I can't just fill up both tanks and have a full 300 gallons. So when I have to fill up, and all of a sudden, because I ran them pretty low today because I had 3 stops to do in around Illinois and Iowa, 2 stops in Iowa. And by the time I got to pick up my backhaul, then all of a sudden I was already down, just running under a quarter tank of fuel with both tanks. And when I filled up, it was like boom, I had barely like 3/4 filled up. So I mean, the pump shut off. It was like 148 gallons. Plus, then I had to put fuel in for the reefer tank as well. And next thing you know, it was like that was it. But I mean, I'm back in Green Bay now, and I'm actually about a half a tank. And I ran pretty hard today because this load that I had to get up here had to be up here like before 5 o'clock in the morning for 5 o'clock production. So I got up here, and now I'm just seeing like the old boat coming in, taking more of our reserve fuels probably out of here, going to some other country that shouldn't be going. So yeah, you don't want to get me started on that today either.
So, do you want to introduce yourself?
I am We the People on YouTube. I have been on some panels on YouTube as well. I am a truck driver, owner-operator, and trying to survive like anybody else is in this economy, the way it's going on. And I've been seeing and hearing a lot more guys have either started to hang it up because of the price of the fuel. They might not be getting that fuel surcharge, to kind of get them along. And the price of the diesel fuel right now is just so bad that you should almost be able to get 2 tanks, if not 3 tanks of fuel for the way the price of this fuel is.
Yeah.
But I've been a truck driver going over at least 20 years now, and been an owner-operator going on 12 years, 13 years, so I've been pretty fortunate to be still in it yet, as I have, but if it gets worse, it probably will be. I'll probably end up having to hang it up, but for right now, I'm doing okay just to get by for right now.
Can I get somebody with a wrench to put We the People's channel in the chat, please? That would help me out a lot if somebody could do that. Sunhoney or whoever's got a wrench.
Right, I am so jealous of your studio. I could almost start drooling.
Don't be jealous.
Oh.
Don't be jealous. Queenie, thank you for the $2 super chat, and it says from your friends over at Tommy Temper. So big shout out to Queenie and Tommy Temper. I'm assuming that Tommy Temper is restreaming me or something. So yeah, and when I'm working, I'm lurking lots of chat rooms, and Tommy's kind of my main go-to. Kind of like everybody used Fry back in the day.
And I would believe too, even if you were probably doing more, you would probably be restreaming me too as well, either you or Tommy. So when I see who's ever restreaming, and anybody that's helped me, you've helped me. Tommy Temper has helped me. A lot of the other people that are on YouTube have helped me to get where I'm at now. So I'm repaying it back to everybody who's helped me get up to my subscriber point up to now. And it's like when I started streaming, it's like I make sure they all throw their links on there, because I'm sharing the love back to every single one of them that have helped me.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why I don't restream is because Tommy and Let Freedom Ring have been doing either one of those is always up, either one of them. So it's rare that both of them are down. So they're both doing a great job. And between those two, what's the point of me going live anymore? I'm focusing on other things. I want to help people in different ways now, because if Tommy's going to be restreaming and Let Freedom Ring's going to be restreaming, then I'm going to focus on something I'm passionate about now. And what I'm passionate about now is getting prepared for what's coming, helping people with their health, and I'm doing this all the time. Behind the scenes, I work with people on their health issues, addictions, that kind of stuff. And that's not something that I ever stream unless the person wants me to. And at this point, it's all been kind of behind the scenes. But that's what kind of keeps me going every day, is to hear the reports. Oh, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I'm feeling better, I'm losing this much weight, my attitude's better. So that's the kind of stuff where I'm still helping people, but it's just more one-on-one, but it also helps me too. So
And whatever your heart follows, that's normally whatever you choose to do. I'm always going to stand behind what you ever do or anybody else does, because I've been really busy the last few days here, or the last few weeks with our land. I did kind of a short movie of that, or a video of that that's on YouTube, of what it all entailed. And I still ain't done yet. I still got more to do yet. But it's we just got lives that that we, after a while, that we got to take care of things of what we got to do and move on from there. And granted, I know there's a lot of people that are going to miss your restreams of everything that you did. I can guarantee you that.
Well, I'm not gone from restreaming. I got my, this is the fast system that's been in the big studio. That's one of the things that's kind of been holding me back, is the older system that I'd set up in here. I just didn't. It was just always bogging. It was just always kind of right there at the edge. And I actually upgraded this system last night. I put 32 gigs of RAM in it instead of 16. So I might come back restreaming if I'm passionate about it. Okay, I can't fake it. I'm not good at faking things. So I'm not an actor. I was really passionate about when I was streaming and helping people, but things kind of went all kind of haywire towards the end, and I don't feel it anymore. I'm just, it's nothing against anything that's going on, or anybody, or any, movement. I just don't feel it anymore. I'm just not motivated by that, even though I still watch it and I still support it. You see what I'm saying? I support freedom.
Yeah, 100%.
And the most freedom that you can have is your health. So, that's the thing where I'm refocusing. I'm being selfish now, because I want myself to be as healthy as possible. And if I'm selfish, I can be healthy and then make myself a data point, and I can show people, this is how I made myself go from this to this. This is how I got rid of my AFib. This is how I got rid of the weight. This is how I got rid of the anxiety attacks. And all those things I've had. This is how I got rid of all my addictions, like the sugar and the chocolate, the hot chocolate, the ice cream. I'm done with all that stuff. Now I can ride 12, 13 miles in 106-degree weather, and I just get a little bit of thirst, and that's it. So I couldn't have done that 6 months ago, and I can show and tell people how I got here and where I was before. And that's kind of the stuff that I'm passionate about right now.
Right. And I always catch your streams, whenever I can, or else, the good thing is you can come back to them. But, it's like I learned so much from everything that you've even said on all your streams of, cut this out, cut that out, and everything that's all in it. The more ingredients is the worse for your body and stuff, and it's like a lot of people just really don't think about it all, because America is so dependent on sugar, and everything has got to be so sweet. But I've been down in the Dominican Republic, and it's you try their cakes and stuff, it's there's barely any sugar in it, or it's more of the natural sugar, and it's we're just so dependent on all those sugars being in everything that we have, and we just almost dump it on by the bag.
Yeah, and guess what feeds? Okay, so cancer's what? It's a fungus. Guess what feeds fungus?
Yep.
Sugar. So, I'm not a doctor. I'm wearing a black shirt. I'm just telling you, cut out the sugar and you'll feel better in a lot of ways.
Right.
And I have no artificial sugars.
I also got to ask, did you ever get your gas tank fixed?
I'm still taking gas out of it. I really don't want that truck fixed right now, because that means I'd be driving it and going out and basing it. If that truck was running, it's got a really cool sound system, so I'd be cruising around when I need to be working on stuff here. So that truck will be my distraction when it gets cooler, because there's no AC in that truck, and as it gets a little bit cooler, I'll fix it. And I found a fuel pump where I'm going to have a secondary fuel pump on it. I had one here. It's an inline pump, so I'm going to put the inline pump in there first, get it running, and then I'm going to move it to the back porch where I'm closer to my tools, and then I'll pull the tank back there. So I'm going to run it on my backup pump and then keep that in line. That way I'll always have a pump that can work in that thing, and I'll just have it in bypass when I'm not using the main pump. But yeah, I'm not going to be stranded with that truck when it comes to fuel pumps anymore.
Right. Well, I always wanted to know because, I mean, you always talked about it, and stuff, and I was just, just kind of curious because those old classic trucks, you really just don't want them to let them just sit there and go to shame.
No, that's a 91, and it's fuel injected, so it's, and you might be talking about the 65 Chevy too. That one just needs a fuel pump to work, and that's a mechanical fuel pump, so, yeah.
Right.
Something about fuel pumps. It's the ethanol that's, well, I'm not running ethanol in my trucks anymore, so I don't know. It's just...
No, you don't want to run that stuff in there.
No.
That'll eat them jets right up in there.
Yeah.
That's one thing I've learned.
Yep. I've run ethanol-free gas. It's a little bit more expensive, but Quick Trip here locally sells it. So that's what I run in all of my stuff. Small engines and the trucks.
Yeah, because like my 2002 Monte Carlo SS there, if I put anything ethanol-based in there, it'll start throwing codes. And then once I run the more higher-based fuels, octane fuels, then that light goes right out. So it does not like ethanol whatsoever.
Yeah, ethanol is a joke. It's not green. There's nothing good about ethanol. The only thing, I guess, good about ethanol is for mechanics. It gives them more work to do. All right, so
Right.
Sunhoney put the link in the chat to the trucker that's on the phone with us right now. We the People. I just put it in the chat as well. So if you're not subscribed to We the People, he's 3 subs away from having 100 subs. He's got 97 subs. Let's push him over 100 subs right now if we can do that. So I'm going to spam the chat here with this link. We haven't done this in a while, just like the good old days. Please go subscribe to We the People. He brings the stuff to your house. Not literally, he's not backing up to your garage, but he gets it really close.
Pretty close.
Yeah,
Close.
How do you ever haul to like Walmarts or anything like that, or is that they don't do owner operator?
I actually delivered one of my 3 stops this week was to a Walmart distribution, and they actually only ordered those little teeny tomatoes that you usually get in a cup.
So what is it again? The tomatoes you get in the cup? Oh,
yeah, those little small tomatoes that are in like a little red with a yellow cap on it.
Yep.
I actually delivered, believe it or not, 5 pallets. Only 5 pallets there this week.
Wow. See what I'm saying?
So what?
That's cool.
Played earlier is a reality. Instead of taking a truckload or a half a load or a quarter of a load to a place, there is stuff that is not being fully shipped in its entirety.
All right, so here's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing less delivery trucks like Amazon and stuff like that going down the neighborhood. Is that just because supply chain, or people are cracked? People just can't afford stuff anymore, or what's going on there from your point of view?
It's a matter of both, because like now most people have to spend most of their money into the fuel tank because they got to get to work, but they still got to be able to eat, and so pretty much a lot of families having to put most of their budget into the fuel tank if they got to go, like, let's say 60 miles every day there and back, and then they got to come home and then they got to try to feed their families. So I would probably say with Amazon, a lot of people ain't probably buying as much online because of the fact is they got to either cut down on, getting things from Amazon, or basically be able to get food out of your local grocery store, or be able to have the gas money to go to work. So to me, I've seen definitely more trucks kind of in certain areas, because it's like when I'm out on the road and, like, let's say going past a rest stop, all of a sudden I'll like see umpteen million spaces that are open, and then the next state I go to, maybe 2 or 1 state away, the whole lot is filled up. And so the logistics part of it you can usually tell where most of the freight is usually at, or where it's going, or where it's not at. So like a lot of people that normally go out east, I mean, there's always constant traffic out there, but I mean, there's some people that don't even want to go out east anymore because of the fact is with like New York, with the high crimes and everything else, people don't even want to go out there. So people that don't want to go out there, there's going to start being more shortages out there because there's either no fruit or vegetables or miscellaneous supplies that go out there, or you hear in the news that all of a sudden companies around the United States are being burned up for no apparent reason. So the company that I hauled for the last 2 weeks is based out of California. It was Taylor Farms / Castellini. Well, now all the stuff that they've got coming in to their state by Kentucky there where I pick up, believe it or not, within the last few weeks since I've been there, there has been less trucks taking less product out of there than in the last 6 months ago, where there was trucks galore. They had a lot of company guys. They had outside carriers coming in there, and all of a sudden now it's like a ghost town. It's extremely bad, and it's like I barely took out of that place a half a load with 3 stops. 5 pallets to Walmart, 3 pallets to the next place in Iowa, and in my very last place, 2 pallets to a place there. So, I mean, barely 10,000 pounds of product on here, and it's like, where's the shortages coming from? Could it be the farming or whatever else? Could it be the droughts? Could it be, I don't want to say climate, because that's basically, a whole nother ball of wax and another angers thing that can be, but there's nothing there.
Yeah, I know.
So
here
it's
locally,
making me wonder.
We're talking to We the People. I just put the link in the chat. He has 100 subs now, so that's We the People on YouTube. So I put the link in the chat. Everybody go over there and give him a sub and click that bell and select all so you know when he goes live. And today he did a 13-hour stream, and I missed most of that. I was kind of watching it through Tommy's room a little bit when I was working in the studio, but I didn't want to jump in too many people's chats. So I just jumped in Tommy's for a little bit because my hands were busy working on the system and doing other stuff. So don't take it personal, but I'll be in there pretty soon.
No, I don't take it personal, because I know everybody's got a life to live, so I don't take any of that personal. If you just come in there for like 3 minutes, say hi and hello and post your channel that you have in there, I'm absolutely fine. I would rather get to see those that help me to come through there, and I support anybody that has supported me, and I give them a moderator wrench, for if they've got their own channel or even friends of mine, and promote your channel. So,
right.
I mean, I want to thank you, for at least getting me over that 100 mark, because, with all of you guys that I've gotten to know over the last few months, none of this would be possible.
Yeah, and if you want to ride along with a trucker that delivers your stuff, there you go. We the People, put the link in the chat. Check him out. Just like GWT, all those guys. They're always hauling stuff. You have no idea what they're hauling. I think, and then Ride Along Gang, he's hauling onions a lot lately. You haul tomatoes to Walmart. GW has been hauling all kinds of stuff.
Everything.
You haul everything too. So
anything refrigerated, yes.
Barbecue Social says that he ordered something for an Airbnb and from Amazon, and it got there in 4 hours. And I guess that's because they have all those hubs everywhere, so they can just hit it and get it, But
right, and we actually have a hub near where we live. So I mean, it's like, and I'm not going to say the city. I don't want people to spam me over to that city, but I mean, we have an actual Amazon hub there, and like down further south in Wisconsin, down by south of Milwaukee, there's a huge distribution center there, and then they got another one across the street. So I mean, just in our state alone, we've got a huge amount of Amazon here, but I'm starting to see them kind of elsewhere in like Illinois, Indiana. They're starting to build one out there. I mean, the colors give it away. They don't say what's being there, but the colors give it away on the building. So I mean, it really depends upon the people's budget, if whether they can afford to do it or spend the money to be able to get to work and feed their families.
Yeah. I hear a lot of stuff right now where people are just, a new vehicle is $750 a month is your average car payment. And here's the thing I was going to rant about right before you called. GM's being subsidized by us to, they're getting all this money from the government to build these battery factories. And GM said that they're going to come out and get ahead of Tesla. Tesla sells about 350,000 vehicles in the U.S. every year. General Motors sold 25,000 last year. Tesla sold almost 400,000. 30% of those vehicles that GM sold had to be recalled because the batteries were having problems and they were burning up. And now they're and here's where GM says they're going to lead the pack. They're coming out with a $300,000 electric vehicle. Who do you know can afford a $300,000 electric vehicle? And they think they're going to sell 400,000 of those a year to beat Tesla? That's absurd.
Right.
And this kind of,
and go ahead, Fry.
No, I'm just saying. In this climate, with this, we're actually, it's a depression with. It's kind of a mixture. We can't really label what's going on right now because this is uncharted territory. Because we have this technology industry that we've never had, and we have these shortages that we've never had in my lifetime. I'm 51. I've never experienced shortages, hyperinflation, the velocity of currency is just not there, but yet we have too much money chasing too little goods, which doesn't make any sense. But it's the local economy that's crashing so much because everything's going straight to Walmart. People drive 50 to 70 miles to work. So all the money goes to the gas companies and goes to the Walmarts and the big corporations. And there's no money circulating in local towns anymore. That's the problem.
Right.
The velocity of currency and local economies is gone.
You want to hear something funny? I ended up getting 1 gallon 15W40 oil today, and it ended up costing me $25.99 from a local truck stop. So I mean, even everything for that has gone up majorly high.
And it was 17 or something, or 24, or
the oil itself, price-wise, was $25.99, and then you got to add the sales tax, which was $3.22. So I mean, normally oil like that is like barely $15, give or take.
Okay.
But I mean, it's like even oil is like skyrocketed. I mean, you can walk into a store. I'll name Walmart because my wife likes to go there. I don't know why, but we can walk into a store, and normally like a $200 or $300 that we get beforehand, before all this took effect, we would come out with a nice big grocery cart. Now it looks like by the time you wrap everything up, it's like we only got 2 or 3 things. That's where our money's leading to, and it's just like, man.
The other day
on and on.
The other day when I went to the store, I had 5 bags of food. It was $198. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And it's just, I don't know. How long can people withstand this? And I can see it in our local news. There's more shootings. People are going crazy. People are starting to like wig out, man. So it's going to be really interesting to see what's going to happen in the next 6 months. And then what kind of crap are they going to push right before the midterms, how long can they push this January 6th clown show,
Right.
You can't tell me
more and more stuff of that clown show is coming out and exposing them. So I mean,
you can't tell me there wasn't agent provocateurs on January 6th that were causing those guys to do things that maybe they shouldn't have done. But it's the only person that got killed, the only person that died that day was shot by a police person and in the White House. That's it. The only
Right.
person that died that day. And she was not armed. She was wearing a backpack. She was crawling through the right side of a door, crawling through there, and she was escorted by what? She had like 4 cops
Right.
behind her. I saw the video footage.
Right.
There was cops. They were escorting them into the building. The cops let them in.
So did I.
Okay, so that's the only person that died that day. The other cop that died a day or two afterwards died from blood clots and a stroke. So he had,
Right.
guess what gives you a stroke and blood clots? Jabs anybody?
Right.
Anyway, so
Right.
you know it's just the whole thing. It's just a clown show. It's upside down world, and it wasn't an insurrection. Okay.
Right.
If that's what an
That is the
insurrection looks
biggest-
like, wow.
Right. That is the worst word that they ever use for that, you know, and
Yeah.
like a lot of this protesting that's going on now, I mean, that's the whole reason why a lot of them ain't supporting it, because of that word. Just that word is
Yeah.
what's holding a lot of people back. But I mean, if everybody in the U.S. stood up, and I mean everybody, the millions of people that are in this country all went to Washington and surrounded side by side everybody in Washington. I mean, you're not going to get them all in there, all the American people in there. But if everybody stood at that Capitol and said, we want change, we want freedom, I guarantee you something would probably happen after a while.
Yep. And what I would love to tell everybody to do is do not participate in a flawed system. So I'm pulling up one of
Exactly.
your live video here. So most people are forced at the barrel of a gun to participate in flawed systems. And what do I mean by that? Everybody has to pay taxes, because if you don't pay your property tax, a sheriff will show up at your front door and escort you out of your house and take you to a cage.
Right.
So let's see, I'm pulling up your 13-hour live here. It looks like you were sitting there getting ready to be loaded, I guess, for a while. So
Yeah, they ended up what they ended up doing today was the load that I had to bring was a very important load, and I'm not going to express why it was, but I mean, I had to wait for it. So there was over 6 hours of sitting there waiting, working on the truck here and there, cleaning the windows, checking things here and there. So like the first 6, almost 7 hours, I was sitting there waiting and just sitting there messing around with Prism and everything else, getting it going, figuring out a little bit more things. So then after that, I finally had to go get fuel, because my tanks were already running below a quarter tank, and it was luckily I only had to go 20 minutes away to fill up. So then they already had the other driver dispatched out, and so he had to bring it towards me, because there can't be a delay when these shipments are done for this type of load. So he had to bring it from the Omaha plant over to where I was at filling up for fuel, and then I had to drive it straight there. And usually they just have me bring it back to the yard, but they just said, nope, you got to take it directly there and then basically drop it off. So that's what I ended up doing tonight.
I'm talking to...
I mean, I'm actually sitting back in our yard and everything, and then just filing my paperwork here before I actually go home.
I'm talking to We the People. He's a trucker. He delivers everything from, you say, tomatoes to stuff that you can't even talk about, which is cool. Yeah.
Everything, beef, fruits, vegetables, ice cream, anything that needs to be refrigerated. Sometimes a chemical might have to be refrigerated. So basically whatever they put in front of us, but 90% of what we haul is pretty much food-based.
So it's We the People on YouTube. I just put the link in the chat there. Go give him a sub. He's got 104 subscribers when I clicked on this video, so he got pushed over 100. That makes me feel like I got something accomplished today.
And I thank you very much for that. Very much, Fry.
It's just a number. It's all about having your active family. You'll have a family that starts following you, and they'll fall in love with you, and they'll always be there with you, like they do Ride Along Gang, GW, Trucker G, Sasnak, all those guys. So
right.
It's
and hopefully someday that we all as truckers can all pretty much and I don't know if it'll end up being StreamYards or whatever else that we'll end up using, but hopefully someday all of us that are truck drivers, can get into like a panel, and just talk back and forth, and people can actually know what we do for a living, because I mean, a lot of people are so clueless of a truck driver, of what we got to put in per day. I mean, just because I got a 13-hour live stream in, I'm still here actually at the truck. So I'm actually past 14, 15. Sometimes my days are almost 18 hours, that a lot of people don't see what we do behind the scenes. Because like right now, I'm just filling out paperwork. I got to get it sent in and all that other stuff. And then, so if I decide to fill up the fuel tanks, to have it ready for next week, there's everything that's behind the scenes that a lot of people do not see.
Yeah, and the cool thing about having a live stream with your profession is you get to share what you're doing, and I think it probably passes the time a little bit to have somebody riding along with you.
Yes, it does. I mean, before I would sit there on YouTube like endlessly, either watching you, Tommy Templar, or anybody else that was out there. I mean, I still find time in between a live stream, just to find out what's going on here and there. So, I mean, it does pass the time, because if I would have to go like from here all the way to like Washington State, I mean, that's just going across Montana is bad enough. I mean, it's like you got to have something to abide that time. And just with today, if it wasn't so much the waiting for the first 6 hours, I mean, I probably would have been done live streaming probably in like 10, maybe even 8 hours. But it does help pass the time when people ask questions, or get to hang out with fellow members of those that are on YouTube. So it is kind of does pass the time away a lot. And then in between there, when I am live streaming, the wife calls. So, I mean, she gets priority of everybody else. So, I mean, I also got to fit that into my schedule. And then if something should happen, tire blowout, this or that, I got to tend to that. So, I mean, it's always a busy day for us. Sometimes it's an easy day, and other times it's like, oh my goodness, it's like you just can't keep up, or there's just not enough people around to help you out or whatever else, and you just got to continue on.
Yeah, the other day I was watching GW's live, and he had a gas air pressure fitting blowout on him live on his stream, and his alarm system went off. It popped. You could hear it pop, and you heard him go,
Yep.
uh-oh, and the alarm system started going off, and he pulls off to the side before the brakes locked up on him. So
Yep.
that was
Those are the kind of days that we worry about.
Yep.
Making sure that we don't have an airline break or fuel line break or antifreeze or anything else, or airline for or a cooler line for the transmission, things like that. We got to make sure all our trucks are in tip-top shape.
All right, so somebody in the chat says, hey, can anyone see this? Yes. CAGJUNLASS. I don't know how you say that. Yes, I see your chat. Thanks. I thought I was blocked. No, there's nobody blocked from this channel. This is a mod-free channel, free speech. So there's nobody blocked here. So if you see,
I do that same thing with my channel as well. You're more than welcome to come over there, as long as you're not attacking another individual.
Right.
You're more than welcome to be in there.
Yeah, if you start talking trash about somebody, then you're gonna get some. I'll be telling you, hey, stop. I'll give you a second or third chance, and then I might block you myself. Right. But then I'll probably let you out of jail next couple of days.
Right.
Because
Right.
I hate that. I don't want to have an echo chamber of a channel.
Right.
I want it to be all types of
Right.
people. Even if people think that what I'm saying is crazy, eventually they might hear something that resonates with them, and they might change
Right.
their thought process. So,
Exactly.
yeah. Yeah. So here's something.
Well, I'm going to let you... Go ahead. Go ahead, quick.
Whenever you're talking to people and they say the word "the Great Reset," can you tell them to say there's nothing great about it and it's a reset and it's a bad reset?
It is.
So-
It would be a really bad reset. I mean, okay, I'm going to put it to you like this, and everybody else that's watching on YouTube and wherever else, there's nothing going to be great about it, a great reset. The thing that you got to worry about is, like I do with 2 kids, is what their future is going to bring. And if we let our government take over and rip our Constitution inch by inch apart, our future children will not have anything what we've had growing up. So, I mean, we got to continue to make sure we fight for our freedoms, stand by those freedoms, educate your kids about them freedoms so that they know what they're supposed to be fighting for when they get older. This great reset, you don't want this great reset.
And it's not great. That's the thing. It's a reset.
Exactly.
It's a bad reset. It's not good for us. It's good for the powers that shouldn't be, the satanic globalist elites, whatever you want to call it, the really bad actors. It's going to be good for them, not for us. The people that make the masks, the people that make the jabs, the people that make the self-driving cars. You know, Elon Musk wants to take the steering wheel out of your car. He wants to have that much control over you. He's got a company called Neural Net. He's got Starlink. He wants to put a chip in your brain. He wants you to, yeah. And he's lying about all this nonsense about going to Mars. It's just, when is he going to stop lying?
Well, you know, the other thing is, since you brought up Elon Musk, what's the ordeal with Twitter? You know, I mean, it's like, is he going to buy it, or is he just, you know, because there has been talks that I've seen doing some research that all of a sudden he gets involved with something and then backs out at the last minute. So I don't know.
Yeah, and if I say the word,
I'll let that to the American people to figure that out on their own research.
And here's how big the brainwashing goes. When I say the word PayPal, who invented PayPal? Anybody in the chat? Who?
Elon Musk.
Okay, you say Elon Musk. Anybody in the chat?
Actually, no. Let me take that back. Somebody else, well, Elon Musk and somebody else created it together, but Elon Musk took the credit for it in the long run.
You're close. Okay, so there's a company out in Silicon Valley, starts with a C. 3 guys invented PayPal. Elon Musk came along 2 years later, and him and PayPal merged. So then that's how Elon got involved. He brought in some money just like he did with Tesla. Okay? So he didn't write the code. You know, people think that Elon invented Tesla. He invented PayPal. No, he just comes along whenever he sees a company. He's an opportunist, and that doesn't make him a bad person, but what makes him a bad person is when he lies. And when somebody's lying to you, they're controlling you. So anytime somebody's lying to you, they have control over you, whether you realize it or not. They're controlling you. So when Elon lies, he's controlling you. That's all I'm saying. So, and that I hate liars.
Retract a lot of my statement on the ownership of that. So I just want to make sure I'm perfectly clear on that.
Yeah, just go look it up. He jumped in about 2 years after the company was established and up and running. So just like Tesla. You know, he's not this. He didn't start Tesla. He came in when the company was actually hurting, and with PayPal it was different. He came in when it was the momentum was going up. You know, so yeah. It's
well, Fry, I'm gonna let you go and let's tell somebody else if they want to get in here and definitely talk with you and everything. But
call-in lines open. It's 512-221-1953, or you can friend me on Facebook, and you can come in through Facebook Messenger. We're talking to We the People. I'll be putting your link in the chat. You're at 104 subs right now, so we're going to do our best to get you more subs. If you want to ride along with the cool trucker tomorrow, you want to sub to We the People. So we'll catch you later and hope to...
Actually, tomorrow, I'm going to possibly going up north, so... I'm going to try doing my live streams on Sundays through Thursdays because on usually like Thursday evening or Thursday morning, well, I'll be home by Thursday morning for sure. But I try to spend the time with the family, but I'm going to probably try to do a stream for being up north, hooking up electrician wires into the electrical box and things of that. Just miscellaneous things there. But yeah, definitely just keeping a watch out for it. Don't forget to hit that notification, to get all the live streams or any videos that I post. And I got to thank you again, Fry, for helping me out. And Tommy, if you're listening or rewatching or restreaming, I got to thank you and everybody else that has supported me to this point.
Yeah, if you ever need any tech help with your setup, just feel free to call me. I don't know if you have my phone number, but shoot me an email and we can...
I can get it from one person, and definitely I want to find out about Twitch and how to connect it through with. I've got to actually connect it through Prism, but for some odd reason it's not reaching those platforms between Prism and Facebook Live. So I'll definitely try to get a hold of you within like the next few weeks here.
Yeah, there's all kinds of ways to skin that cat. You can use restream accounts and all that kind of stuff. So.
All right.
All right.
Good, Fry. You take care, bud.
Have a good one. Thanks.
You bet. Bye.
Bye. All right. Call-in line's open, so we can take another call, or I can continue ranting, or we can play another prepper video. I want to catch up with the chat real quick. All right. We got Poker Face playing in the background, so if you want to check out Poker Face, right here. The link is in the chat right there. And I'll put the link to We the People we were just on the phone with. We're running his video here on the upper right hand corner. He's not on the phone anymore. So we'll probably take that part off. So we'll do this right here. So far, the new setup's working pretty good. So pretty excited about that. The microphone should sound better than before, and I hope the music's not too loud where you can still understand me. But there's Poker Face playing in the background here. All right, so this is We the People's link. Let's see how many people he's got subbed up to him now. Super Salty's in the chat room. That's the link to We the People. He was just on the phone with us. Got Basehead in the chat. Basehead 30. One big movie. Yeah, it's one big movie. Yeah, so anytime you hear the word great reset, in your mind, change that to it's not great. Because there's nothing great about it. So let's see. We got a grab bag of post-it notes here. I'm just going to grab one randomly of one of my thoughts that I wanted to rant about off my mirror here. Mirror, let's see. Right here, I'm just grabbing this random thought here. There's 3 random thoughts on this note. So this is something I've been doing for the last couple of weeks. When something pops into my head that I want to rant about, but I'm not live streaming, I write it down, and it helps me kind of remember what I was thinking. So top of the list here, stop taking the test. Okay? So if you want a pandemic to go away, stop taking the test for it. Okay? So that's the number one thing. I hear people all the time say, oh, I got this and I got that. I went to the doctor and I got my test. Or they get these tests. And you know what I'm talking about, the test for the thing. If you're sick, stay home. Okay? And it's probably just the flu, and that test is going to show a false positive anyway to keep the numbers going up. Stop taking the test. You're part of the problem if you're taking the test. Stop taking the frickin' test. Stop taking the test. If you're sick, shut up and eat better and live better. Don't take the test and then get on Facebook and say, I got the blankety blank. Because all you're doing is pushing the numbers up. The best thing is to help your immune system. So think good thoughts. Eat well, eat clean, live a clean lifestyle, and stop taking the test. Okay? Stop pushing the numbers up. You're pushing the narrative. You're part of the problem if you're taking the test. Don't take the test. And you know what test I'm talking about. All right. So the next thought on this notepad here is they'll never talk about pollution. Exactly. It's always carbon. Okay? So this is what I hate whenever you got these greenies. The people that want to make you buy an electric car, you have to have solar panels and windmills in your backyard. Those people, the people that are always sitting out on the street holding up the sign, the Greta Thunbergs and the Al Gores of the world, those pieces of garbage. You know what they never talk about is pollution. They always talk about your carbon footprint. How dare you hurt your carbon footprint? Okay, it's always carbon footprint. And why? It's because they can tax you on that. Okay, they can't tax you on pollution yet. They're working on that. But they never talk about pollution. Pollution, getting rid of the pollution is the solution. I have the solution for pollution. They don't. If they stop spraying the skies, that's the first thing. Stop spraying the skies, that's pollution. It's pollution in jet fuel, it's pollution in barium, strontium, and aluminum. Those things are toxic. They're toxic to breathe, they're toxic for bees, animals, and plants. That's a solution for the pollution. Stop spraying the chemtrails. So that's something that I wrote down here. This just comes to me. I might be writing and I write these down or something mentally, and then I'll come back and I'll write this down. Or I might be showering and I think, okay, I need to write this down. Sometimes I forget. So there's 3 notes on this little pad here, so we'll go to the next one. So anytime you hear somebody talking about carbon footprint, you can lower your carbon footprint. Ask them why they don't talk about solution. The reason why they want to lower the carbon footprint is because that's something they can tax you on. And we're made of carbon. Carbon is good. They want to get rid of you. We are useless eaters to these people, okay? We are germs with shoes, according to them. And just remember that. They never want to talk about pollution. And they is the people that control the media and control the minds of the masses. All right. Here's a good one. So on the bottom of the note here, I have 3 topics here on this one note. This is one I like. Learn how to self-govern. Okay? Now that's a good thing right there. Let's talk about that. What is self-governing? Now I see it all the time. I'm not going to pinpoint a certain group of people, but I see people that do not want to take government-issued forced medication, and you know what I'm talking about. I see this all the time. I'm one of them. I'm not going to take any jabs. The best jab and the best thing for you is your immune system. So that if you want to not be sick, work on your immune system. That was given to us. We have an immune system that was given to us. Now, what do I mean by self-govern? It says right here, learn how to self-govern. All right, think about this logically. You want to not be governed by the government. You don't want them to force you to take a jab, but yet you're willing to act like a fool. You're willing to smoke and drink beer, and you're taking those things that are issued by big tobacco, big beer, big pharma. So you're willing to pop all those pills, drink beer, and smoke cigarettes, but you don't want to do that one thing, and that's the jab, okay? And I'm not doing any of those, okay? So, and also, if you're going to represent a protest or anything that you want to be an activist about, don't act a fool, because you are representing that topic that you're protesting against and that group of people. So if you don't self-govern, you're part of the problem, because then you're not representing the movement. And there's a whole nother thing about the word movement that I want to get to. But learn how to self-govern, because when you learn how to self-govern, we need less police officers. We need less authority figures. Control your own politics, and we won't need politicians, okay? If you control your own politics, and I know you can't control anything outside your territory, but you can control what's going on in your house and your yard most of the time. So learn how to self-govern to the point to where we don't need politicians, police, and authorities and doctors. That's a big topic that I'm going to cover more later. So that's just one little post-it note here. Let's pull off another one here. Yeah, so I'm not here to take your happiness away, but I know that for the most part, everybody has a metabolic issue that can be turned around just by stop doing the same thing that you're doing every day. So if you're having any kind of metabolic issue, I can help you one-on-one with that. Just friend me on Facebook, and I don't like to do phone calls, but I can do Facebook messaging, where the Facebook has the audio chat, and it's just like a phone call. And that's the easiest way for me to help people. I don't like to have my phone busy because I have to keep it open for work. But I know for the most part, America, 95% of people have some type of metabolic issue. That's a fact. All right, so I'm just going to grab another random post-it note here, something I can rant about. Let's see. I'm going to grab this one on the top. All right. Base POV says, wow, FryTVNow, you think like me. Oh no. Is that a good or a bad thing? All right. Sludge the... Okay, somebody says sludge the grow food in. Sludge they grow the food in. Yeah. And salt is not your enemy. Okay. You can salt your way back to health. You want, I'm getting on a tangent here, but you want high cholesterol, but you just don't want hard arteries. There's 3 things you can take out of your daily routine that can turn around probably 50% of your metabolic issues, if not 70. Okay, take the 3 white devils out. That's sugar, milk, and wheat. Those 3 white devils, take them out of your existence, and you will start feeling better instantly, okay? Those things are technically, the way they're processed, are poison. And all oils, stop eating oils. Potato chips, you know, rapeseed oil, vegetable oils, all that. Even olive oil, because that stuff is also sometimes cut with seed oils. You cannot find clean olive oil. If you can, good luck. But anyway, take those 3 white devils out of your daily routine. You're going to feel better. Stop drinking sugar water. Take all sugar out of your existence, and you're going to feel better. All right, so at the top of my post-it note here that I wrote, it says, what is my intentions? That's a good one. What are my intentions? I don't know what yours are. But my intentions are to improve people's lives and help them to make somebody feel better about themselves, to help them through the day, and to help them where they feel loved. And if that person feels loved and they're healthier and they're happier, they're a better person, and they're better for me to be around as well. So my intentions are to help people. So that's the top thing on the note here. It says, what are my intentions? And I can go more on that later. Let's see. The next note is cheating on someone is cheating on yourself. Cheating on someone is cheating on yourself. Yes. So I guess this is, I was thinking about relationships, how people cheat on people. And yeah, when you cheat on your significant other, you're cheating on yourself. That says a lot about your character. And when you don't have trust, you have nothing. So not that ever happened to me or I did that. I'm not a cheater and I haven't been cheated on. So it's just something that popped up because I see it a lot in the social media, how people just kind of cheat on themselves because they're cheating. So when you have an affair with somebody, you're cheating yourself, and you are you can't be trusted anymore. So you're kind of building a track record. Okay, here's a good one. So I wrote at the very bottom of this post-it note, insurance. Let's talk about insurance real quick. I've always had this philosophy, and I still to this day have this philosophy. Insurance is forced gambling. Insurance is forced gambling. See, I wrote that right here on the bottom. So what do I mean by that? Car insurance, life insurance, house insurance. Not saying you're not going to benefit from it, but it's forced gambling. So I'm forced to gamble with insurance. So what do I mean by that? So I'm forced to have car insurance. So that means I'm forced to have limited liability insurance. That means I'm limitedly liable for my actions. I can go down the road and hit somebody, and I'm not technically liable. I'm limitedly liable. So I'm forced to gamble with the insurance company. So that means I'm betting, it's a bet because it's a gamble, I'm betting the insurance company that I'm going to have an accident. So I'm paying them $40 a month because I'm betting, I'm placing a bet. It's forced gambling. This is how it works. I'm placing a bet with my insurance company. I'm going to have an accident. And they're betting me right back. They're going, I bet you don't. And I bet you pay me that $40 the next month, and you still don't have an accident, and we're running with your money, and you never have one, and most of the time, you lose that bet, okay? And knock on wood, I'm 51 years old. I've owned over 9 vehicles and gone well over, I don't know how many, hundreds of thousands of miles. Each vehicle had well over 100,000 miles before I sold it. So I'm probably close to 1 million miles and no accidents. Okay? So my forced gambling, I'm losing that gamble, that bet. So I was forced to gamble with the insurance companies every time, and I never got to, I always lost that bet because I was paying them $40 to $80 a month, depending on if the truck was new or not, saying I'm going to have an accident, and they were betting me right back saying, I bet you don't, and we're going to take your money and run, and they always took my money and run. So I've, knock on wood, have never had an insurance claim out of my driving career, and I'm 51 years old. So that's forced gambling on insurance, and it's the same way with life insurance. You're betting that, oh, I'm going to die any day now, and then your life insurance company goes, nope, you're going to keep living. And it, you know, whenever you're dead, that's a whole different gamble there. So that's something that might help your family. But it's all forced gambling. All insurance is forced gambling. Just like taxes is, all taxes is theft. All tax is theft. It doesn't matter what kind of tax it is. Property tax, IRS tax, food tax, gas tax, road tax. It's all theft. Period. I could fix a lot of things in this world just with in a few weeks. But, you know, there's not any problems according to the elites, because if in about 2 weeks I could fix a lot of things, and I would get rid of all taxes. You would have no tax except for maybe a flat tax, a consumption tax, and that would be it. So if you're from another country, you pay a consumption tax. If you are well enough and physically able enough to go to the store to consume, we can put a little bit of consumption tax on that, and that's it. No IRS, none of the stuff where you can funnel money and hide things in different accounts. None of that stuff. It would get rid of the IRS. No more TurboTax. None of these entities, all these garbage companies would go away. No more tax. If I was in control of things, there would be a small flat tax, consumption tax, and that's it. Period. And if you're saying, what about the roads? What about the infrastructure? Okay, the roads are going to garbage around here. The infrastructure is going to garbage, so the property tax is not going to that. They won't even shred the side of my road. And what if we need some bad roads? Maybe we need less, how should I say, we need to be driving slower, okay? Maybe we don't need to be traveling as fast as we are because we're going fast nowhere, okay? Everybody's going down the road 1,000 miles an hour and not getting a damn thing accomplished. Looks like my mic could be a little bit hot here. Is my mic a little bit hot? It looks like it's a little hot while I'm ranting. When I rant, I talk louder. So yeah, no tax, except maybe a flat tax, just to kind of, you know, ease people, and then maybe we can ease out of the flat tax. There's no point in having a tax. All tax is theft, okay? Lottery is tax for poor people. If you play the lottery, you're being taxed. It's a tax for poor people. That's a fact. All right, so we've covered 6 topics just on my little post-it notes here. So I'm going to continue ranting if nobody calls in. Fixed roads, let's see. Let the market compete for their work. Yes, exactly. We don't need more government agencies to steal our money from us. I pay close to $800,000, it feels like it, $8,000 a year on property tax. And this house is 1130 square foot and 6 acres of property. That's it. And the property's out of the city limits. The house is in the city limits. $8,000 a year for property tax. And I don't see any benefit. Nobody's cutting my grass for me. Nobody's fixing my truck. Nobody's going to put a roof on the house. Nobody's shredding the driveway. Nobody's the side of the road that the county has an easement and owns. They're not even shredding the side of the road. So what are they doing with that money? You tell me. So all taxes theft. Yeah, so I'm just going to stop right there. All taxes theft. All right, so let me grab another post-it note here. Oh, that's a little hot topic there. Oh, here's a good one. Here's a good one. All right, so right now is what's the narrative with Lester Holt and the the powers that shouldn't be. Extreme heat and weather. It's extreme heat. Oh my God, it's so hot. No, it's not. It was 140 degrees. What was that? Arizona or something? 100 years or 200 years ago, there was this heat wave that hit. I'll have to look it back up. But yeah, we're not having any extreme heat. There was extreme heat back in the day. And this was before SUVs. This was before you're driving your big trucks and your cars. All before that, we've had extreme heat waves. Just like we've had ice ages. It's called climate change, because the climate changes, has nothing to do with us, has nothing to do with your SUV. It has a lot to do with the sun. The sun, for the most part, controls the weather, except for the people spraying the chemtrails now. They're doing a lot of weather modification. So we're not having any extreme heat. As a matter of fact, it hasn't been that hot this year at all. We're having a drought in this area. I'm not saying that we're not having a drought, but are they moving the water patterns with the geoengineering? They're probably moving the water away. Who knows? I could never prove or disprove that, but I know they're spraying the skies. So this whole thing, extreme heat, everywhere you go, I see the local channels and the national weather, they're focused on how hot it is or how hot it feels. It's not that hot. I rode 12 and a half miles the other day. It was 105, and I did fine. It's not that hot. We need more heat. You know why we need more heat? So we can have a longer growing season, and we can have more food. If we have longer growing seasons, we have more food. Right now, our growing seasons are getting shorter everywhere because it's freezing sooner and it's freezing later, and it's shortening the growing season. So we need more heat. And stop the whole narrative about global warming. It's a lie. All right, so what's on the next one here? All right. Talk about how close the sun is. That can be another topic for another time. But yeah, the sun is very close and localized. It's not 93 million miles away. All right, I'm just going to grab another one here. So the theft, Frei is on it. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to put the call-in line here in the chat just in case somebody wants to help me rant here, but I can go all night. Trust me, I have solutions. Okay, I don't just complain about things. I have solutions. And here's the thing: the powers that shouldn't be. That's the phone number if you want to call in. The powers that shouldn't be. Everything's going just like they want. Okay, they got this whole pandemic thing going, and they got something called a reset going. It's not great. It's a bad reset. They got that all going now. And what triggered that is the pandemic. Notice how nobody has the flu anymore? It's all the variants. Anyway, that's a whole nother subject. All right, so I pulled another Post-it note off of my mirror here. These are thoughts that I have throughout the day, stuff that I want to talk about on stream and get off my chest. So pill popping is the top comment. I just put pill popping. That's all I put in there. All right, so we were not born with a lack of pills in our body. All right, we were not born with a lack of pills in our body. We were not born with the lack of pharmaceuticals in our body. We are not lacking of pharmaceuticals. We were not born with the lack of pills in our body. Okay? Get it? All right, so you don't need to pop a pill. It's all something that's else going on. All the pills do is they poison a mechanism. So when you're popping a pill, for the most part, I would say 90% of the time that pill is designed to poison a mechanism that would otherwise work in a different manner in your body. So I'm not a doctor, I'm not giving you medical advice, but if you're popping pills, that's part of preparing, because that pill is probably coming from China and it's probably got some bad stuff in it, and you're probably not helping yourself by popping that pill. So do your best to talk to your doctor so you can back out of your pills and stop popping pills, whether it's vitamins, minerals, whatever. Some of those things are very unsafe depending on who makes them. So you might want to stop popping pills, and you might get through what's coming better, because we're going to have a lot of shortages. If you have your health, you're wealthy. So wealthiness is health, and it's not fiat currency. Health is your wealth. So that's just the first thing on this little note. It says pill popping. So, all right. So here it's And on this post-it note, it's not a great reset. Yeah, we just covered that one. All right, eating bugs in school. Okay, here's a fun topic. So I've been hearing reports and news reports of bug day in schools. They're coming after the kids, okay? They're getting them while they're young. They're going to get the kids. They're getting them now. They're getting them with the jabs. Now they're going to convince them that eating bugs is what we should be doing. So they're coming after the kids with eating. They're having like bug week or bug month or bug hour, whatever they're doing in schools. They're teaching the kids to eat bugs, okay? I'm not joking. They're having bugs like, you know how they have drills in school? Now they're talking about eating bugs. And I don't want to say the word believe. It's happening. It's just not cool. I don't love bugs, okay?
I love bugs. Bugs.
Tastes like poop.
Yeah, it tastes like poop. So I'm not eating bugs. Okay, Klaus Schwab, I'm not going to eat bugs. I'm not going to love it. I'm going to still eat grass-fed beef, grass-fed cheese, grass-fed eggs. I'll have some arugula from the front yard, some moringa, and some distilled water, even if I have to make it myself. But I'm not eating bugs. So they're teaching kids how to eat bugs in school now. And I'm also having people send me posts of ingredients that has crickets in it. Okay, so they're going to get us all eating bugs, and we're going to be happy, and we're not going to own anything. So that's just something else I wrote on this little topic here. That is gross, and no, not happening. Yeah, no, they're doing it in the school systems. They're coming after the kids. Hey, Graham, nice to see you in the chat. All right, what's the next thing here on the list? My handwriting is the worst. Sometimes I can't even read it. I don't even know. I can't even read that. What does that say? Yeah, I'll have to put this one to the side. I can't even read that last part. That's pretty bad. Oh, let's see here. People not riding trains, getting paid daily. Let's see. What else we got here? Oh, here we go. There's a good one. So here recently, there was a school shooting. I'm sure everybody's heard about it. Isn't it funny how in all these school shootings you never see any of the footage, the closed circuit television footage of anything? But that's just a whole nother subject. We don't want to go into that now, do we? All right, so I heard that they want to fire the chief of police in the school district. All right, now here's the problem. When I went to school, I'm 51, there was no cops in schools. There was no chief of polices. There was no anything when it came to, you had your principal, your assistants, a janitor, and that was it. There was no bodyguards. So now the school systems have turned into official prisons because there's cops at the schools. There's cops with offices, and there are chief of police for school districts now. So they want to fire the chief of police at the school district of the Texas shooting that recently happened. Like, that's going to solve a problem. The first thing is you shouldn't have cops in schools. Second, the school shouldn't be that toxic and prison-like to have cops in there. So where does the problem start? The problem starts at home, okay? The problem starts at home where there's no daddy or mommy. And then you got two daddies or two mommies. There's all kinds of stuff that's going on at home. Or the mommy and daddy are both on drugs. So the kid is raised by the state, and then you have to have cops in the schools because the kid will not put up with any authority figure because their home life is so crappy. All right? So when your home life is so crappy, you don't have anything to lose, you lose it. Remember that. When somebody has nothing to lose, they lose it. And that's what's going on in these school systems. A lot of these kids are growing up in broken families or toxic families, and they're bringing it to school with them. And now we have police chiefs in the school system. So the problem starts at home, okay? So if you're not prepared to have kids, maybe you shouldn't. And just check yourself on that. So that's just something I wrote on the top here. Cops should not be in schools. schools should not have cops or chiefs of police. So that's not going to stop a school shooting, and it didn't, because if the shooting was real, like the media says, why did it take them like 70 minutes to go in there and shoot the guy? It was like 300 or 400 cops showed up, okay? And there was cops at the school to start with. That's not fixing the problem. And it's not the gun's fault, okay? It's the person behind the gun. And look at the person behind the gun. What happened to that person? That's where it starts. It starts at the family. It doesn't start at the gun manufacturing place. Just like a car accident, it's not Ford's, Chevy's, or Tesla's fault. For the most part, most of the time, it's the driver. Now, there are manufacturing defects and recalls and TSBs, but that's a rare use case whenever those accidents are blamed on the, that scared me. All right, so here we go. I'll get to these next ones here in a second. Caller, you're on the air.
TV,
Hey, how's it going?
going all right. I was just calling in to chat. Was he wanting to chat?
Yep, let me
About
get some
the-
levels adjusted
okay.
here.
I'm sorry?
You keep talking and I'll adjust the levels here. Got to match you to my
Okay.
voice.
Sure. I'm in Humboldt County, California, and I'm not sure if this is you or someone else, but you may remember me because we were in front of Gavin Newsom's house during the
Yeah, I do remember.
conflict.
I do remember that
You do?
protest. Yep.
And I gave you some crap for getting upset because you guys couldn't stream us and everything. So, anyways, but yeah, I really liked that we were able to work that out, and I just saw you talking about that. I just wanted to let people know that was really scary about that shooting, and where I'm at in Humboldt County, the police and the sheriff will not protect us here. They are protecting criminals, just like much of California. And that whole incident there should be enough to wake people up, to make them realize how serious this is. So I just wanted to chime in and let you know that. And I love a good talk show. I think, you were on a good rant there. I hated to interrupt you, but...
No, you're
yeah,
not interrupting me because I can rant when I ride my bike. I do rants. I can rant all the time. So
Okay.
this is not an interruption.
Me too.
Yeah, this is not an interruption. No, this actually allows me to drink water and catch my breath because I can rant to the point where I'm dehydrated. Yeah.
Right. So this is Mr. Fry himself, huh?
Yep, this is Mr. Fry. Yep.
Wow. Very cool. I've watched your streams and I like what you do, and who can agree with everybody all the time, but you speak a lot of truth, and I really appreciate the people that sacrifice their time and do all this stuff just to get information out there. I really, really do. I'm in California. Everybody hates us. They're waiting for us to fall into the San Andreas or burn up, or I hear it all the time. I hear it all the time.
Yeah, and
But,
see,
we didn't
California's
have
they're
to be
burning y'all out of
infiltrated.
California. You're not gonna get.
What's that?
You're not gonna fall into the ocean. They're gonna burn y'all out in California.
Right, you know it. I'm in between Paradise, California. I'm in between Paradise and Santa Rosa. Humboldt County is right in between. So it's scary, and we're on PG&E's pity,
Yep.
which
And-
doesn't make any sense because Del Norte County, which is just north an hour and a half, is on a private utility company, and Trinity, our sister county, Trinity County, is on hydropower. Now, who knows how long that'll last with the water situation that we're under now.
Yeah, with
That's scary,
Lake
too.
Mead's going dry, and
Right,
that
right.
that supplies Southern California and some of Nevada, right? And of course all of Vegas.
Right.
Because
2
there's
million
like
people is what I heard, sir.
how many?
Yeah. 2 million people is what I've heard.
Yeah,
That
it's
lake supplies
and see,
water for.
here's what doesn't
Yeah.
make any sense. In California, they say
Mhm.
they're going to stop selling gas vehicles by the year 2030 or whatever. But yet the power is always going out in California, or they're having brownouts, blackouts. They're shutting the power off. And now with this Lake Mead thing, there's going to be a real problem with the power because you're not
Sure.
going to have a choice. It's just not going to be there. So you're going to have this electric car that you can't charge. So you're going to run around with a diesel generator and charge your vehicles all day. So you're going to have gas trucks running around chasing these electric vehicles around the road. That's a solution, right?
We already see it. You've seen the memes, right? You've seen.
Yeah, I see them on the Facebook.
It.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, I see the memes where the tow truck pulls up with a generator on the back plugged into the Tesla or whatever. Yeah, yeah.
Nothing makes sense here. That's the problem. Is that it's very scary to see how much the group think and the mob mentality has worked here. I think California has been a great experiment for the powers that be. Okay, just keep us separated. You know, it's the wild, wild west. We used to rule ourselves here.
Yep.
You know, and it's too big of a state to be ruled. We're still unruly, but what happened is the criminals came in and infiltrated. We left the doors open. They came and sat down. They're here. They're developing. They want to develop Humboldt County. We don't have good medical facilities here, and they are trying to turn our county into a mini San Francisco because every person, I mean, they must be a number. Why else do they want to stack them and pack them in communities like that? And they're neat and happy, man. You know?
Yeah.
They want the... Yeah, go ahead.
And Blister Bill in the chat says they've banned all gas-powered landscape tools. I thought that was coming, so they've already banned all small engines, gas?
Well, that was a bill that he passed. I'm not sure. You know, it's hard to keep up with all his nonsense, Gavin Newsom. But, yeah, I remember that. My husband was like, oh, yeah, you know, he was talking about it. It's just this whole green mentality, the greenie. What it gets down to is they want you all to work towards a zero carbon footprint. And actually, if you watch legislation in Humboldt County right now through a channel called Access Humboldt, they had a planning commission yesterday in Arcata. They will shamelessly tell you that is the goal. And it's coming your way next. You know it. It starts in California.
Yeah, and then it comes to Texas. Yep. Now, do you want to promote your channel?
Not. I just wanted to say, hey, it doesn't matter. You know, I'm on 8. It'll be gone. I'm stand up humble. Either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You know, if you can find me, good luck. But
well, you can jump in the chat when you get off when you get off the phone. Just jump in the chat and let me know who you are.
Hey.
We just talked on the phone, and I can give you a wrench so you can promote your channel.
Right on, man. Thanks for taking my call. And
I'm not getting rid of you. I just want you to,
yeah.
I just wanted to get that thought out of my head.
You're not visiting me yet?
No,
I'm
not getting rid of you. I just wanted you to know that you can promote your channel. So.
Right on. Cool. Yeah, I just appreciate you guys that do share information. I think it's really important for Americans to support free speech. I support streamers that are boots on the ground or do what you do and just share information. I think it's super valuable. I know it's super valuable right now. It's imperative for us right now. And I worry that one day they'll just cut us off and I'll freak out if I can't find out, you know, if I don't know what's going on. I mean, that's frightening to me.
There's a good chance that that's going to happen. But I think, you know, if they cut off the beer, the pizza, and the internet, there's going to be Armageddon. So I think they're going to have to keep doing what they're doing, and what they're doing is they're striking people on YouTube channels. They're causing people to police their own speech, like me. I police what I'm saying because I really can't say exactly what's in my mind because my channel would be shut down immediately. So I like to talk around the subject, and people kind of know what I'm talking about. But that's the 1984. You know, we're turning. It's the social credit score that they're working on. So that's how they're redesigning the internet. It's starting with the people. They don't have to shut it off. They're just narrowcasting it to the dumb masses. So it's okay to show people doing gross sexual things on YouTube, but when I say things that might help somebody, that's going to get banned or strike, or my channel's going to go away.
Right.
And it's turning into Idiocracy. If you've never seen the movie Idiocracy, that's where we are, and we're just a version of that right now.
Yeah, pretty scary. What, do you think there's much hope for the country, honestly?
There's
I mean,
hope for you. Okay, so everything starts locally. That's why I tell people I'm
Right.
going to be as selfish
Right
as
on.
possible, because if I didn't have my health right now, I couldn't be doing this. Okay, so I couldn't
Yeah.
help anybody if I didn't have my health. So when it starts with you, and that's where the hope resides. And then work your way out from there. So locally, work with yourself and your family and your health, and then your local politics, your local mayor, your sheriff.
Yeah.
That's more important than anything. Your sheriff and your mayor and your county commissioner. Those three are very important, okay? And that's, to me, where the vote counts. And then vote with your dollar. So forget about this whole president nonsense and all that
Right.
stuff every 4 years. That's just a magic trick, okay? That's get people fighting amongst each other. So now we got the left and
Yeah.
the right fighting over whose version of tyranny is better, you know? And that's the thing. It's the left and the right hand, the right and the left. They're controlled by the same puppet, the same bird. It's all controlled by the
Right.
puppet masters. And that's you're never going to solve any problem on the same level of thinking that caused it. So you want to solve a political issue, because the politicians caused most of all these problems that are presented to us.
Right.
So you're telling me I'm going to vote for another politician for them to solve the problem they caused? No, they would be out of business. So that's their whole point, is to sit there and cause problems to get you to vote for them to solve them. So it's a Hegelian dialectic: problem, reaction, solution. Stop voting, stop participating in a flawed system. Vote locally, vote for your health, your family, your sheriff, your county commissioner, your mayor. That's where it starts. And then your governor kind of matters. It does.
Oh.
So
Yeah, listen, I got to tell you, I got to let you know, I've been fighting this since March 2020. I'm a small business owner here. We're in 3 counties. I have 48 employees, and I've stood for them. I've stood for their rights. And I've been arrested for not wearing a face diaper, and I've been fired for all the things, you know.
Yep.
And but I've recently served an affidavit on my city council, and am working towards those remedies. And the reason what I was asking you about any hope was actually because there's not a lot of people doing the remedy. And I think if I really was able to get these people removed, because we are working on a grand jury here, the Nationals do have enough here for us. What's that going to look like when people aren't engaged? It's not really about the president. I understand that is where a lot of people are kind of sitting and hoping, but after 2 years and 4 months of fighting for Humboldt County, people are still not engaged, brother. They're
Yeah.
not.
I know,
Okay.
and that's because people have lost confidence in the system, because they saw what happened with the election.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I don't care what anybody says, but I'm going to talk around that subject. A lot of weird stuff happened that day, didn't it? So, yeah. And if anybody thinks there wasn't any weirdness that went on the election, then you're fooling yourself, and you're a fool. I'll just leave it at that.
Right. That is where you're right to hone in on that hopelessness feeling first, because as Americans we realize our erections.
Yeah.
You could say that, right?
Yeah.
Our erections, it's a problem. Of course, that's where we feel hopeless first and foremost. Then I did bear down on my county, and I'm all over their asses, believe me. But it's just like, look around. Where is everybody? Still worried about how they're going to be entertained this weekend, and
Yep.
what last summer trip they can get in before.
Yep.
They do the dirty deed this winter again, which I don't know what state you're in, but
I'm in Texas.
you're in Texas.
Right in the middle of
that's
Texas.
right. I knew that.
I'm right outside of
Lucky
Austin.
bastard.
Yep. Right. Well, I'm blessed to be where I am, because
Yes, you are.
I'm right in the
Yes,
middle
you-
of like Samsung's building, 10 miles away, the chip plant. So they're probably going to build like 11 of them in this area. Tesla's building they've got their gigafactory. So there's plenty of jobs. So when there's more things for people to do, the crime is lower. So that's a bonus. And we live on top of something called the Carrizo Wilcox here. So we have plenty of water. on this side of the country. So there's not water shortages here, so we're blessed there. And our power never really goes out that much, so we're blessed there too.
Well, on that water issue, though, I want to just bring something up that you probably noticed. I have a friend who lives in Texas. She's very near Houston, I believe, and or Austin. And she said that a lot of the wealthy people come to Texas and buy the land and hoard the water. And that's what we have going on here, too, with Humboldt County. You've had the Artel K here for a long time, right? If you know Pig Latin people, Artel K. And then, you know, you have just the highest bidder, the highest payer gets the land, gets the water, and the locals are getting shoved out. And that's what these elitists do. And they're using that carbon footprint nonsense, and they're going to do it. And I just can't believe America, they're going to put up with it.
Well,
that's what blows me away.
Here's the thing. Most Americans are in survival mode.
Yes.
So you got to remember, you got your group that doesn't care. You got your group that just does what they're going to do anyway and has the money. And then you have the ones that are in survival mode. So there's a reason why we are where we're at, okay? So, and the more people that come to this country that we can't communicate with, we can't share the proper information with, and they're coming over here to suck on the tit. And those are the ones that are going to do the voting to get more stuff to suck on. And that's the problem.
Dude, I got a friend here from San Diego who just got here 2 days ago. You would not believe the racket. I'm sure you would, but he told me their entire tent cities, when they're dirty and ruined, the city comes in, cleans it all up for them, gives them new tents. I mean, what the hell? This is who the cops are protecting. This is who the cops are supporting. Our sheriffs in certain counties. This is not okay, America. Wake the frick up already and get involved and get engaged. We need you to pay attention right now. Because if you wait till it's too late, it's too late. I don't want to live like Mad Max. I don't want to live underground, you know. Yeah,
and that's the thing. You have to really, it's getting to a point to where you almost have to leave the state that you're in if your state is participating in a lot of flawed systems.
Now, honey, I'll be dying here. We'll be dying here.
Yeah.
My roots are too deep. It's not going to happen for me.
Like Austin
but
is a sanctuary city, so they invited all the homeless. So people were getting on buses and coming to Austin to live this homeless life. And now they say, well, we can't handle all these homeless. And they're buying these hotels with taxpayer money. They're buying these hotels to get the homeless people to live in. And all that was is a land grab, because they didn't really put any homeless in there. They're just waiting for everybody to not notice, oh, we got this hotel that's supposed to house homeless. We're just going to wait for that dust to cool down, and then we're gonna sell this hotel and we're gonna fix it up. So it's either a land grab. There's just so much criminal activity going on with all these politicians. That's why I say we can't vote our way out of this problem. Okay?
No.
We can't vote our way out of this problem, especially on the national level. But we can work on our local governments, and that's why
Are you like a nationalist common law person? You're constitutionalist, aren't you?
I'm a self-ruling constitutionalist human.
Amen.
Having a human experience that wants to exercise his freedom as much as he can every day. And I do not look for politicians for authority or to have permission to do anything. So I'm not the first person to ever ask a person, can I do this? I will always exercise that freedom and then ask for forgiveness later if I end up in jail. So that's my philosophy. If I'm not harming anybody, it's not a crime. You see what I'm saying? So my rides on the sidewalk are against the law. You're not supposed to ride on the sidewalks here in this town I live in. Have I ended up with a ticket yet? No. So I'm exercising my freedom in two ways. I'm exercising and I'm exercising my freedom. You see what I'm saying? So that's the world I live in. I don't like labels. So, you know, I'm not right wing, I'm not left wing, I'm not affiliated with any religious sect or anything like that. I am me having a human experience, and if I'm forced to vote, I will always vote for the person that will allow me to have the most freedom in life, whatever that is. So I vote for freedom all the time.
You love the Constitution, right? I know you do. You believe it's still alive, right? It's still a working document. It's still very much.
That's what Canada needs right now. Canada needs a constitution in a bad way.
Yes.
Yeah, and we're blessed to have that, but it's being stomped on little by little here in the States, and mostly in other states, not so much in Texas. But we're being infiltrated by foreigners that don't speak our language, and they're bringing down the system. And I don't want to hear it. Oh, well, they're building our houses. We don't need more homes. We don't need more homes. People need to learn how to build their own homes. This is how this should work. If you're going to have a family of 4 or 3 or 2 or 5, by the time that person's 18, you should have their house built for them. Build your house. Instead of them running around doing drugs and smoking beer. That's a good one. Smoking beer and drinking cigarettes, and making and tearing up the town and getting girls pregnant. They should be building their own house, and then the family should be building the house with them, and everybody learns how to do it, and there's no 30-year note, and they're not a wage slave for the rest of their life. That's how you can start breaking the system. And I think there's a group of people that do that. The Amish kind of do that, right?
Yeah, I built my mama a tiny house, and when you give me that wrench, I'll drop the link for it, because I did a blog called How a Family, Community, and even some strangers came together for a senior tiny house unit. And it's, you're right. It's charity begins at home. Make sure your parents, your kids, my kids, we're on a family homestead. I used to have a couple rentals here. My kids live next door. They pay rent. They don't pay much. They pay a couple $100. They're in their early 20s. But, it's for their dignity. And my mom pays nothing. She's 69 years old. She's my mother, and she needed that house built for her. She's been alone 15 years, and she was living in an RV that was leaking and moldy, and it just came together. And you're right. And now that, my family's all good, and that's why I've been fighting for our county for the last 2 years and 4 months, because I can. Yeah. And people that can need to be in this fight. They need to. And if you can't be in the fight, but you have financials, then find somebody who's doing something you like and support them.
Yep. And it goes back to
is where it's at. I think for me, that's where it's at for me now.
Yeah, I talked over. You said that's where it's at for you now.
I'm sorry.
I talked over you the last 10 seconds.
No,
Sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah, I'm just repeating myself anyway.
Well, that's why I'm focusing on, instead of restreaming everybody, because Tommy Temper and Let Freedom Ring are doing a good job of that. I'm refocusing my energy on something I'm really passionate about now, and that's health and wellness and preparedness. And the only way to get ready for what's coming is if you don't have your health, you don't have any wealth. So it starts with your health. So that's why I'm focusing so much on health, because if you're not healthy enough to go out and protest or do anything and help people, then you're a burden on the system. So, and more than just one way, you can't help your family or yourself. So if you're stuck, sick, you're not going to be an asset to yourself or your family. So that's where it starts. That's where you get prepared. If you can't, you got to start with yourself. Don't buy gold and guns and all that stuff if your health is bad. Because ready, set, go,
Put
Armageddon.
Mask on.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ready, set, go, Armageddon. Oh, I'm out of pills. Oh, I got leg cramps. Oh, I can't breathe. Oh, I can't. And then maybe you need to go somewhere for a couple of miles. You need to walk. Can't do that. So that's another philosophy. I'm eliminating everything in my life that tells me no.
Good. I really love your attitude, man. I really do. And you probably, I don't know what your feeling is on cannabis or CBD. I understand smoking is unhealthy. I believe there's a lot of good medicine in the cannabis. Where I live, I've seen people come here for decades and deal with their cancer. You know what I mean? And of course, we can't talk a lot about that because I don't want to get you in trouble. but I will drop a link for the website I have. It's called Creations Best.
Okay.
My partner and I were both Christians, and we both lost our jobs last year. And we just have 3 products on our website called creationsbest.net. But there's a wellness help page on there.
You need to jump in the chat right now or get your significant other so we can promote your channel. So while we're on the phone, you can explain what's on the website, and I can go to the website.
Sure.
Maybe
I'll
show
do that
it.
right. Yeah. I have been giving away medicine since I've been streaming. I will send people. I'm in doTERRA, and we'll make blends of oils, and I've made detox blends, and I've tried. I'm not a doctor, obviously.
No, this is comedy. This is a comedy hour, so this has nothing to do with medical information.
It's a video game.
Yeah,
it's like
the
video
This
game.
is entertainment. I mean, look at all the stuff on the screen. This is just for eye candy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that's your jam. That's what you said. This was your new passion. That's a hard one to talk about on YouTube, and
Yeah.
I know it is. It very much is. But I'm in Humboldt County, and I identify as Amish and Native. Okay, Amish that uses power tools and fuel, though. Okay,
Right.
But they have the right. They believe in great creators. The natives here. I've got a book from Humboldt County. It's called After the First Full Moon in April, and it talks about harvesting and foraging from April to October. In Humboldt County, her quote was, "Our forest is like a drugstore." It's the truth. It's the truth here. It's amazing. Our forest has all kinds of. We have 78 native mushrooms here. We have, over 35 trees on my land alone that grow. Like, it's insane the amount of medicine that's here, and how we've been manipulated and lied to. And you think after the last 2 years that I would hope we could get a clean slate with the cannabis. And I've been persecuted for it for years. And then my husband's brother had seizures and spasms, and he saw how it helped him.
Yeah.
We're not promoting drug abuse here at all.
And my thoughts
all.
on drugs is they should decriminalize all drugs, not legalize. Now, here's the difference. If you legalize a drug, then the agencies will build more agencies to control that drug. So let's say marijuana is legalized in Texas. Well, now they're going to oversee that growing of marijuana. And now if you grow too much, you're going to get fined or thrown in jail no matter what. So if they decriminalize it, then you can do what you want, and there's no agency overseeing the growing of your marijuana. Right. So I'm all for decriminalizing all drugs, all of them. And
Me too, friend. I'm a libertarian as well. Prostitution, abortion. You cannot legislate morality. I'm not excited about those things.
Right.
But to move forward with society today, right now, to tell a woman, no, we're going to have control over your body. Hell no, not after the last 2 years. You're not. You're gonna. All things are lawful, right? Not all things are convenient.
Yep.
But you cannot legislate morality. But you must educate. People have made bad choices they regret because they were not fully educated.
Yep.
It's not fair to the women. It hurts women. Abortion hurts women later.
Yep. And see, I got some other stories to tell. Maybe I'll tell one day that has a kind of a connection with that, and that'll probably be on my podcast. I don't think that's for the YouTube audience, but
okay.
Yeah, you can't legislate behavior is the way I like to say it. You cannot legislate behavior,
sure.
And that's
that's right.
what all politicians want to do. They want to get in women's vaginas. They want to get in your house with your guns. They want to get in your throats with the pills and all that stuff. We should be able to grow what we want to grow. And here's my philosophy on drugs. If there's a junkie on the side of the road that's ODing from too much drugs, stop and give him more. Okay? Give him more and put him out of his misery. Don't revive him. Let him have as much as he wants, because all you're doing is you're putting him through a suffering that he's going through his life. It's just going to be an endless cycle. And I see this all the time. They revive these people and they go back in the system and they do it all over again. Let them do what they want to do. Give them all they want. If they're addicted to drugs, give them all they want. The problem will solve itself fairly quick. Okay? And I'm all for decriminalizing all drugs. So
Right on. Me too, man.
I'm a
It
true
sounds
freedom.
crazy to some
I'm a
Christians,
true
but-
freedom person. I don't
Yeah. Yeah.
want to control anybody. And you know how the best way not to control anybody? Don't lie to them.
Amen. I do not care for that.
Yeah.
I do not lie.
So
no, I do not
if
lie.
somebody's lying to you, they're controlling you and you don't know it on certain aspects of life. So if they tell a little lie, they have controlled you. So that's the thing. I don't lie to people. I'm straightforward. You can tell how I talk. And I say what's on my mind.
I love it.
And that's why I don't want to control anybody. I do the best to not say the control words. I don't say words like "I'll let you go" because that's a control word. Just
yeah.
every
I like
little
that
thing
word.
like that.
I like that.
I do my best
Yeah.
not to say control words. It's all about language, what you do, and that's the whole thing. When you don't lie to people, you're not controlling people. Elon Musk is a liar. He's controlling people. Politicians are liars. They control people. The media are liars. They control people. You see how that works? All right, so you just put a link in the chat to your tiny house stories.
Yeah.
All right, let me
Yeah.
open that link here. So stand up. What is that word? Stand up what?
Put my channel there. Stand Up Humble number 4 will be the one I'll be going back on. Let me drop that right now.
All right.
It's my smallest. It's my baby channel, but that's okay. I'm really not about like getting big. I just need the right people to be involved. It's not about numbers for me, or I really don't self-promote. I don't really. The store's brand new because people wanted us to make. I've been giving away this salve for 5 years and medicine. I gave it to my employees. That's what we should be doing, right? If you are a small business, if you are a mom and pop, that's why I love your message, FryTV, because I'm right there with you. That it's your community, and it's I don't want to say the word, the medicine.
Right.
That is what it is. That is exactly where my focus is too. It's about, taking care of your family, your people in your circles, and then if you can reach out further, do that and get some people their needs. I just found out a friend of mine who's also recently an employee the last couple months. She told me at church Sunday that she really didn't have any food and she was freaking out, and I'm like, what? And she didn't tell me. And, I told her today, I kind of scolded her a little bit. I'm like, hey, girl, I reached out to her. I'm like, how you doing? And do you need anything? And she said, I actually could use some food. I'm like, okay, well, you need to tell me next time. If you are someone listening to this and you need something, don't wait for people to read your mind and to come, ask. You need to let people know so they can help you. We want to help you. I want to help people. But people got to ask.
So I'm on your website. It says tiny house. So
Yeah.
where are the videos? Let's see.
No, that's my web. I don't do stream from there. I've got lots of different websites that are not connected.
Okay.
That one is not connected to my streaming at all.
Okay.
The other website that I run is called standuphumble.com, and that's all my beliefs with, the constitutional links, and there's some videos on there. There's things about rights.
You want to put that in the chat as well?
Sure. Yeah, I'll put that. That's a good. That has a lot of good helpful links for anybody if they're looking to do it. There's affidavits on there from the affidavit mamas already, written out and stuff like that. So, I keep myself not really traceable on all these websites. You know what I mean? In my community, because I am a small business owner. And I've been fighting this for 2 years, but, trying to be the only one to be persecuted, not my whole family, not my whole business, you know what I mean?
Yep.
I keep myself a little bit on the down low, so that's why nothing is really connected.
Yeah, my next process is going to be getting my FryTV website back up, and I'm going to start my own private video stream with a chat room. with my own server and my own independent
Yes.
audio stream for podcasts. So,
Right on. Yeah, you got. Yeah,
and what I'm
that's
going to
the way
do is
go.
I'm going
Are
to
you-
start
yeah.
my YouTube channel. I'll start a live stream like this, and I'll let like 50
Yeah.
people get up. See, that was a control word. When 50 people jump in, then I'll say, all right, we're going to jump
Yeah.
over to this link. We're going private. Boom. And everybody
on.
that jumped in will have that link, and we're going to go over, and boom. And that's where we can go and talk and say things that we couldn't normally say here. And that's my goal, and I hope to have that going within the next month. So we'll see.
Right on. Have you switched at all? Because you got to switch and edit on Hilltop.
You're cutting
Workshop
out.
for
Hold on a
Fox.
second. I'm going to turn down the music a little bit.
Okay, yeah, wow.
Yeah, it got loud all of a sudden.
Yeah.
See, I'm going to have to set up a better system here to play this music because I can't adjust the volume as sensitive as I want. And that's that song.
You've got to go with just some background music. Is that
Yeah,
right?
it helps me meditate a little bit. There we go. That's a more calm
yeah.
song. There we go. Sorry about that.
That's okay, and not get sleepy when you. Yeah, it's hard to solo a long stream. I did a 3-hour stream today, and it's boring stuff when I'm watching Humboldt County Planning Commissions. But I'm like, man, I gotta watch this. You guys have to suffer with me,
Right.
You know.
Well,
So,
that's why I'm.
Yeah.
It's easy for me to carry a 3-hour stream because I got tons of stuff to rant about.
Yeah, you do. Look at all those monitors. How many you got over there? 1, 2, 3, 4. Got an iPad down there too.
Yeah, I got a tablet here and a tablet there. They're Androids. This one's just for flair, showing old movie trailers and drive-in stuff. This one's my sound effect machine, so we can have Obama here if we want.
Don't torture me, please.
Beautiful. Yum.
All right. So anyway, enough of that. But yeah.
I'm looking for a good stream video making app. I don't know if you have any suggestions
So-
for me, but
When you say video making app, what do you mean? What are you saying now?
well, I've seen a couple where you put a few pictures in or clips, and it'll make transition for you and create a flow, like for advertisement. But also, what I'd like to do now that I've been streaming for over a year is maybe get me a little intro. You know, just a little intro that would be, you know, Humboldt County. I could drop some pictures of Humboldt County. And, you know, I've looked at a couple different ones. So
Okay, you're talking about
There's
video
still more
editing,
run.
a video editing app for a PC or a phone.
Well, for either. I'd like to use it on the PC. I'd like to, you know,
Something that's kind of easy to use is Filmora.
yeah, that's the one I was looking at today. Yeah, that looks pretty cool to me.
Yeah, that's what I use kind of as a go-to. I'm an Adobe guy when it comes to real video editing. Back when I used to do real TV commercials, I would use Adobe. And I was making little infomercials for one of my dad's companies called TMI Vision. And what we would do is I'd make short 5 2-minute videos, and then that would go in a 30-minute campaign of it would be a 30-minute infomercial with all these smaller infomercial videos in it. So I used Adobe back in the day. So I've actually had
That's
stuff
cool.
that aired over, you know, cable networks and TV before, back in the day. And this was before HD TV. This was probably 15, 20 years ago when I was really heavy into video editing. But I used Adobe back then. Before they were a pay service, now they're, you know, $50 a month if you want to use them. So I don't use Adobe for video editing anymore, but I use them for audio editing.
Right on.
But I use
Yeah, I'm not.
I use Filmora just for small projects for the radio station, and it's Filmora 11. Let's see. Yeah, the music is just loud. I'm gonna. When you're cutting out, the music is just too loud over you. So I'm just gonna have to stop the music now. All right.
William Roche. No more sound effects, he says. Oh, I thought he said no more.
He said.
Yeah, it does creep up louder. So
I think that sounds pretty good.
Here,
So
let's.
you've been getting away from the truckers convoy, you're saying? You're going more towards your other passions.
Yeah,
is
it's not
great.
that
I think it's great.
I actually got burned out about a week before it kind of, dissolved the way it did.
Yeah.
And it was kind of good timing, but I kind of wanted to be there right towards the end. But I had a major burnout. I don't know if you ever got burned out on anything, but it happened to me, and it was a real thing. Burnout is a real thing. It's not just something that's in your head. It was to the point to where I couldn't even go in that studio, and I have all that equipment in the studio, and I still don't I don't go in there very much at all. So I've been slowly pulling the equipment out and putting it in the living room and rebuilding my studio in here because there's better mojo in here because I can lower and raise my studio here. So if this thing can go down, I can go down with the desk, and I can sit whenever my knees get tired, or I can raise it back up. And I couldn't do that in the other studio. I was stuck sitting on that couch. So that's the coolest part about this streaming studio right here, is it can go all the way down. You can see all the artwork, and boom. So yeah, this is what kind of keeps me going here, and I got to keep it fun because this is I work from home.
We got one of those stand-up desks. My husband's got one of those too, and he started doing trading a couple months ago. So he's got like 2 giant screens in there, and his laptop. Not like you with all that, but oh wow, that thing's crazy. What's on the top of it?
I used to be like
alien, dude.
I used to be a
crazy
freelance
looking.
photographer, and that's a yellow jacket I took a picture of on the windshield of my truck. And the other 3 things you see there are the assistants. So there, 2 of them are from Amazon, the other one's from Google, and that's the ones like I can say, computer, what time is it?
The time is 12:32 a.m.
Computer, tell me a joke.
What's the corniest kind of dog?
I don't know.
Husky.
We talked.
What'd she say? What'd she say?
Computer.
What's the corniest dog?
Tell me a joke.
Did you hear about the new bikini documentary? It's a 2-part series that's quite revealing.
Haha. Here's a funny one. Computer, rap.
My name is Alexa, and I'm here to say I'm the baddest AI in the cloud today. Your responses are fast, but mine are faster. Sucker speech engines, they call me master.
Oh yeah, you're a little freaky like my husband. Okay, last night I was going to bed and I had to get up because I'm laying there and I'm looking over, and when we started stand up, I had a meeting up here one time, and all these people came, and this guy brought an EMF reader, right? I'm gathering my new friend Fry TV that you are not concerned about EMFs at all, or I'm just curious, since your new jam and passion is all about being healthy.
Yeah, and there's a lot of misinformation about EMF out there. I'm an electrical engineer. I've been working with EMF since I was a kid. I've literally tuned a transmitter where the tubes, when I was probably 16 years old or 18, and I had the and I was at the radio station tuning a transmitter, and I didn't have the shield in front of me, and I had the tubes radiating me so bad that I had my shades on, but I didn't have my shield on. So I had my glasses on so the tubes wouldn't blind me, and I'm tuning the transmitter. The next day I woke up, and I had this sunburn from radiation everywhere except where the shades were. And I've touched the I've taken a wrench. I'm not lying here. I've taken a wrench just like this, and I went up to the base of the transmitter while it was transmitting at like 5,000 watts, and I drew an arc off the base of the antenna. There's a bolt that comes out of the ATU box, and the arc was like this long, about an inch or inch and a half, and you could hear the music playing over the radio station. And I held it in my hands, and you could do it for like 20 to 30 seconds before your feet start getting hot. Your feet literally get hot. I'm not making this up. I've taken the neon bulbs, the fluorescent bulbs. I've taken those, and I've held them close to the tower, and they light up in my hand. Okay, I've done all these things. I'm not joking. Okay, and I grew up working around this stuff, and I grew up on a farm. So if your body's healthy EMF is not going to cause you a problem. That's the thing. So
I don't know. I want to believe you so bad. I want to believe you.
You don't. Okay, so
I really
when you say EMF, what does that mean to you?
Electromagnetic frequencies. I had a neighbor she was a tenant. She had an autistic child. I grew up on the south side of Chicago. Just real briefly, okay? I moved here to California when I was 18 years old to a place where everybody breastfed and nobody got those. What is it? What do we call them? We call them vacations. No, those jabs, right? No, a lot of people didn't do that. This gal was a tenant. She had an autistic kid. She talked to me about it. She felt that the frequencies got in the way of our magnetic core touching the earth, like when you're grounding and stuff.
Yeah.
And you have all this technology and you have all this stuff in the way of us. And I'm not saying I believe it or not. I'm just telling you, these are the kind of things that I would put back in my head. And then when we had that stand-up meeting, someone came up here with an EMF reader, okay, and I have video of it, and he was showing how much was going. I had a smart meter right on the other side of where I used to sleep. So it made me nervous. I had it removed. I didn't want it here. You know, it was right on the other side of my head.
Okay.
You don't think those are a problem?
Okay.
Really?
Okay. Let me state this so people are not freaked out. I don't fearmonger. Okay.
Yes.
Electromagnetic frequencies or fields are not nutritional supplements. Now, I want you to hear these words coming out of my mouth.
Okay. Yes, I get that, smartass.
Okay. Cell phones against your head, I don't do. Here's where I'm not laughing. I do not put a cell phone against my head. Okay? That is the worst thing you can do because that's localized, high frequencies, close to your head, and it will heat your brain. Okay? And I do know that cell phones up against the side of your head can cause problems. I don't want to get into that, except it's something that can cause a tumor because it's a localized event close to your head. So you do not want to ever talk with a phone up beside your head. That's the EMF that I stay away from. I don't have my router beside my bed because that's it. That's the router works on a couple of different frequency bands. 2.4 gigahertz is the same frequency spectrum that water resonates at. And how weird is it for them to make your router the same frequency that a microwave works at? Your microwave works at 2.4, and so does your router. And then they do 5 gigahertz. They do dual bands. Some of them do different bands now, but they all have the 2.4 built in. That's the same frequency that water resonates at. That's how a microwave works because it excites the molecules, and that's why it heats the water inside the food. It heats your food up. So this phone right here has 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi and has the self thing in it. So it's got all these frequencies going in and out of it. You don't want this up beside your head. So that's the stuff that I'm serious about. Now, everything else around me, the screens aren't that bad. Yeah, the LED lights can be bad for your eyes and all that kind of stuff. But I'm not going to be able to get away from it with my current job and lifestyle. This is just what I'm doing. So I'm fine-tuning my health, and I'm not going to fearmonger running around with a meter going, oh, there's EMF coming in from everywhere, because it is. The thing that's the most toxic in your body is what you're putting in it when it's going through your mouth.
Amen.
So
that's
the stuff you can control more. I can't really control this because I have to have this phone for work, or I'm going to live in a van down by the river like Chris Farley on Saturday Night Live. So that's the thing. I know being an engineer what frequencies are dangerous and what are not dangerous. And these coming out of your cell phone are not nutritional supplements, okay? These are the ones you want to stay away from. Your smart meter is a ping technology. It's not constantly transmitting, and it's not a very high amperage. I don't know exactly what frequency they're working on currently. They're all different stuff, but it's a daisy chain ping technology. So it's pinging to your neighbor's smart meter, and then it finally will get back to the home base. There'll be an antenna coming down off your power lines. And I don't like that. I actually fought the electric company when they tried to put it on my house. And I got in a fight with the guy, and they sent this big guy a couple of weeks later, literally with a hard hat on and a bulletproof vest, and he was like Ram Man. And all of a sudden, I'm not making this up, and I'm working on the back side of the property, and I all of a sudden hear dead air because I had my radio station going out of my house so I could monitor the other stuff that I was doing. I hear dead air. I'm like, the power's off. So I haul ass back down, and I get to the house, and this guy's putting on a smart meter, and I had it out with him. And, you know, he's a big guy, and he's like,
unbelievable.
And he handed me his business card. You take it up with the electric company, and they forced the thing on me. And the reason why I didn't want it is because my smart meter is right beside my bed. So I'm sleeping about 10 feet from that thing at all times. But I did more research on it, and that's
other side of the wall. Mine was right on the other side of the wall where I slept for a long time.
Yeah.
So you were nervous about it. That there are some things that make you nervous. Oh, can you answer that person's question? Isn't the core of the Earth magnetic?
No.
Isn't there magnetic? There is magnetized underground part
yes,
of the
but
Earth.
the core of the Earth is not what you think it is. We've been taught a bunch of nonsense. Remember, when somebody's lying to you...
I wasn't prepared for this tonight.
Okay. Remember,
come on.
Remember, everything that NASA says is fakery and lies. So a compass works on a magnetic field.
Plot of land, that Vegas and Antarctica, that's not Mars? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm telling you that everything that NASA says is lies. You can come up. I'm not here to take anybody's ball away from them, but I can tell you these facts. We don't live on a spinning ball going 1,000 miles an hour. And then 67,000 miles an hour around the sun, and going through the Milky Way galaxy at 1,000,000 miles an hour. And the sun is not 93 million miles away, and the moon is not 425,000 miles away. These are facts.
What?
Yeah. So, anyway.
And what? We didn't go to the moon in a shit can tin box?
No, we did not go to the moon.
No,
we did not go to the moon, or NASA did not go to the moon in the 60s in a tinfoil. It's literally tinfoil. Look at the damn footage. Look at the footage they used on the props. And even when they landed the lunar lander, they forgot to put the little dust thing underneath it. They forgot to make it look like it landed. So there was no dust or dirt on any of the little props that they made. They really did a poor job of faking it. So, yes, everything that NASA said.
You know, my husband said to me, my dad woke me up and I watched it on TV. I'm like, honey, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all lies.
That's how people are. They're emotionally attached to the idea, and they don't want to give it up, even if it's true.
Yeah.
That's where we're at.
And here's the thing. It's about ego, okay? So people do not want to know that what they have been lied to. They don't want to know that they've been lied to their whole life. So I'm 51, and let's say if I had a big ego, I would say, no, we live on a spinning ball. There's no way I could have been lied to, and that's stupid my whole life.
Right.
You know,
right.
I'm aware that I've been lied to and daily being lied to. That's why I'm always and guess what? That's why I'm always seeking the truth, because every time you find the truth, you are free of that lie, and you're free.
Amen.
And then NASA doesn't control me anymore. I know what's going on. I know that we live on a stationary Earth, and I can't tell you the size. I can't tell you anything else about it, but I know it's not a spinning ball, and I know that NASA didn't go to the moon. So.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I honestly didn't watch YouTube a lot until the last couple of years, you know. And if you had to make a scale of 1 to 10 on how much people, like 10 is, you know, a lot of things that are you've unfudged your mind from the lies, right? And you know, who even really could know what's really true? You know the truth when you know what you know. It's the truth. But when people come in off of YouTube, or they first come into YouTube, like me, and I didn't know about so much. I didn't know Michelle Obama was a man. I didn't know,
yeah, we got to watch out for that one.
What?
Yeah, we know that, but yeah, I heard somebody got a strike for that one the other day.
Oh, sorry about that.
Okay.
I shouldn't have
Michelle
said that.
Obama is
I
not.
know, and but a lot of those things that we can't talk about. But when you first come in,
I know you're
I
joking.
was like a 3.
Yeah.
I knew nothing, dude, nothing. So how we're all watching people come in and waking up at these different times. We need a rating system. That's what I'm saying. See, you're probably at an 8 or 9. I'm still at a 4 or 5, maybe 6.
Oh, so you're putting me down there on the beginner scale. I've been a true seeker.
I'm saying you're up to the 10. You're on the 10 side. I'm on the low end side.
I've been a true seeker since I was a child. I always questioned authority and everything because everything seemed like it was BS to me. And it is. I was right. I was being lied to about everything. And
you sat through school and became an engineer. I dropped out the day I turned 16. I couldn't even breathe in school.
Well,
it was terrible.
I didn't go to school to be an engineer. I actually dropped out and became a fiber optic and structured cable networking guy.
Oh, total geeky. You're a geeky all the way.
Yeah.
Geek.
But I worked my way up to that position. I started my job by working in the warehouse because I was not old enough to be insured. I was 15 or 16, and they didn't have the ability to insure me at the job I worked at. So I literally loaded the cable onto the trucks. And then when I got old enough where they could insure me to get on a job site, then I started working with people that were 40 and 50 years old and, 35. And I was picking up on that stuff so fast. Boom, 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 because I did it when I was a kid. I've always been working with electronics. But I got my job, my work on the job training, my skills. I didn't learn hardly anything in school. School was just, it just didn't resonate with me. It's not for everybody. And the school systems, there's another thing. We're being forced by a barrel of a gun with our property tax to dumb down our children with the public school systems. And they're teaching this social crap and this transgender, non-binary pronoun garbage, with drag queen story time and all this crap, perverting the kids. They're trying to get to the kids. Once they get the kids, those kids are going to be parents one day, and they're passing on their little evil.
They've already, that's been long. I'm in Sodom and Gomorrah, honey. I'm right there. I mean, I go to town, and I live on a beautiful mountaintop in Northern California, and I'm on 18 acres. And what I'm really learning about and trying to push people to understand with the constitutional remedies is the private membership associations. I recently just got myself under a PMA through the Renegade Nation, and I may drop that link for you if you like, but they have healing hubs. They're going to have 2 banks. Private membership associations, do you know much about them? Have you heard much about them?
Not at all.
Not at all. Okay, so just real briefly, if you were to do a search yourself on prohibition and Texas and alcohol and private membership associations, then you would see, and also I'll tell you this, I haven't read it yet, but Marbury and Madison is the case, it's the famous case since 1851 or something like that all private membership associations are ruled on in favor for. And what it means is, just think like Costco, that they don't sell to the public, right? Costco sells through a membership, okay? Whatever it is, 40 or 50 bucks. You don't have to charge that much, but the idea is this is protected by First Amendment. This is your right to associate and your right to assemble. And this is what saved people that wanted to have their drinking clubs and alcohol during Prohibition from the government interference. And I firmly believe that this is what we need to do as Americans right now, is get our asses educated super freaking fast about this process. This is what I've done for me. It cost me $1,800 to become a private membership association, but I've got my own articles of association, my own charter. I will have my own EIN number, okay, which the state nationalists are not down with. I thought they were, but that's a whole nother story. We'll put that aside for now. But my PMA actually stands for Private Ministerial Association. And you, in your ministry too, which you do, you could easily be that too. And here's another thing for you.
So what type of protection does that give me?
Hobby Lobby is a private membership association. When Obama went after Hobby Lobby, you remember for what? Do you remember for why? What Obama's administration did to the Seven Sisters, the nuns? What that administration was telling people to do? They wanted to make them pay for their abortions, right? And Hobby Lobby, as a private membership association, stood up in court. Marbury versus Madison is the case that will win it every time for your right to associate. You're associating. You're assembling. And the EIN number, my friend, okay, so how does that work? I'm pretty virgin at this too, buddy. I don't know, okay? I just got my PMA May 15th this year, okay? And I didn't file my EIN number yet, but when I do, what it's going to do is if I wanted to, when my new EIN number comes in with my LLC company, I can keep my company. It's all under the PMA, but I can let that dissolve, and I can file under my new PMA, my private. You know what I'm saying? My faith-based ministry now. I'm in the process. It's not that I know enough to really teach anybody, but I want to encourage people to check out the Renegade Nation .org because he has 6 healing hubs that are going up all over the nation. And you want to talk about alternative, you know what we need here. We can't keep going with this isn't care. We're not being cared for.
No,
when you go to a hospital.
They call it health care, and it's actually you're caring for the sick. If you were if you were healthy, you wouldn't need the care. So it's technically sick care. So everything is in reverse. You know, they call it the Great Reset when there's nothing great about it, and they call it health care. No, they're caring for the sick. If you were healthy, you wouldn't need the care. So yeah, everything is upside down, and all they're doing is pushing pills on people to poison a mechanism that's hiding your body, telling you that there's a problem. You are your own best doctor. I'm not a doctor. I'm wearing a black shirt. I'm not a doctor. I'm a comedian. I'm a crazy person that thinks that I want to be healthy. You know, thinks that people need to be healthy. That's how crazy I am. But yeah, I'm just this is comedy hour. We're not talking about health. And
right. It's like a video game.
It's a video game. That's all it is. Yeah, look at all the crazy stuff around my studio. It's just kind of like eye candy. That's what this is. Entertainment. Infotainment.
Well, you know, and there's a couple other websites. There's one called yourlaw.org that's very good for the person who helps me a lot is like you, FryTV. He's a self-taught rebel renegade who doesn't want to be put in a box as far as a national or a sovereign or more, but he gets all of his information from all of those people.
Yeah, I'm not a sovereign citizen. You can't label me. I'm not a flat earther because I know NASA lies. You can't label me. Nice try, but I'm not any of those.
I'm not trying. I hate labels too, and I despise the boxes that we are programmed to put each other in. That's something that I've just realized we're all fighting it all the time. You and I are both God-fearing people, so we train our minds to think the way that we want to think, which is not carnally, but rather, spiritually, right? And so, I forgot what I was going to say. But,
that's all right. I know when it happens. It happens when you lose your train.
Flew out the door. It just flew out the door.
Yeah, it happens. But yeah, you were talking about how we're not putting ourselves in a box. When people tell me I think outside the box, I tell them all the time, there's no box when I think. I don't have to think outside of it. So I don't see the box.
But you know
it doesn't
what?
exist.
If I started singing a song and you got the earworm, like you could easily bust out in song right now and it would completely trigger me into, it happens, right? Movies, songs, we all, and especially if you're I'm a Gen X, so The Breakfast Club was the greatest movie of all time in the 80s when people were labeled that way, right? They had it perfectly down with that movie, didn't they?
Yep.
They just, that was it. This is how you're going to put people in their categories. And yeah, I love jumping out of those boxes. The church doesn't want me because I use cannabis. And I'm not trying to preach it or anything. It's just another one of my favorite plant medicines that I prefer to use. I like all plants.
Yep.
I like all of them.
Yeah,
just
and
one.
I'm pretty sure there's research that's been done. I can never prove or disprove this, but our body has, our DNA has receptors for
endocannabinoid
yeah,
system.
receptors for that.
System.
And there's a reason
That's
why
right.
the pharmaceutical powers that shouldn't be want to take that out of our ether, our existence. And they want to take that control over us because they're lying to us about a lot of things, so they're controlling us. So I would love to have a plant growing in the backyard. Just the smell, I don't really like smoking it because the stuff that's out there today, I used to smoke when I was younger, but the stuff that's out there today does not resonate with me. They've altered it. It's not natural. And the stuff that we used to...
You'd be tripping. FryTV's tripping.
Yeah, I do not do the new stuff. I'm old school. I could do the old school stuff, but this new stuff, this designer stuff, it's not me. But yeah, but I would love to grow it because it's a beautiful plant. It smells great.
CBD is what you can grow then. That's what we grow our own. I grew my own CBD, this plant called Harley Sue. And what it is it has very little, it's under 1% of THC. And so it's very rich in CBD, which is what will help your body's inflammation.
Well, I can't grow it here in Texas because I would be in a jail and I would be
yeah, in your free state.
Yeah.
In your free state.
Yeah, I can't grow it in Texas.
I don't know if I was cutting out on you there. I'm sorry if I talked over you. I think I was cutting out on you.
No, but I can't grow anything like that in Texas. We don't live in a free state here. We still live in a prison state.
Crazy to me. It's Texas, Idaho, Montana, those really free-ass states that are just like Nazi about that particular, you know what? And it says, even the green herb of the field, amen. God said, I made all plants. Your plants will be for you food and leaves as medicine, even the green herb of the field. That's what is just...
Good night, Super Salty.
Smoking.
Good night, Loud Red and Super Salty.
Kingdom, I love you. Yes, good night, Super Salty. I love Salty Cracker.
Okay, so TYE in the chat says, I guess, how do you say that? Ty? TYE? How would you say that?
Ty.
Ty. So it says, legalize cocaine. No. Were you not listening?
I thought you said all drugs.
No.
You said, but not make it legal.
Yeah, legalizing means legislation over it. So somebody has authority over it. Decriminalize cocaine. Decriminalize all drugs. Because when you legalize it, you got some bureaucracy that's going to oversee it. If you decriminalize it, it's not a crime, then nobody has authority over it. Then you can do whatever you want. But if you legalize anything, that means it's otherwise illegal. Okay? But if you decriminalize it, it's not a crime. So then there's no entity or three-letter agency controlling it. Because right now, marijuana is legal in Canada, but that means that it's overseen. You got to meet these criteria and this and that. You can only buy it this. And there's laws and all this crap. But if you decriminalize it, then it's free for all. Everybody can grow it. So I'm true freedom. No legalization, no bureaucracy. Completely decriminalize all drugs to where everybody can grow and eat and do as much as they want. If you do so much where you kill yourself, problem solved, right? So all these things fix themselves really fast. So decriminalize all drugs. Stop this war on drugs. Stop the war on cancer. Stop the war on blankety blank. Go on down the line. All that stuff. Anytime you hear the war on something, that means that somebody's profiting off of that. The war on illiteracy. They're at war with something. I'm not at war with anything. I'm pro-freedom. I'm not against anything. So when people say, you're anti-this, no, I'm pro-freedom. I'm not at war with anything. I'm not sitting there fighting anything with a gun. I'm giving people information. I'm not at war with anything. I'm pro-freedom, and I'm pro-freedom of speech. And I'm pro... Grow what you want. I'm pro decriminalize all drugs. Make words free again. Let's share information. That's what I'm pro.
Me too. And you have to be How can you be for anything else? Because here's what happens in Humboldt County with the government being involved. 40% taxes. They tell me, because I don't have right now I currently do not have a prescription to buy. So when I go into a dispensary and I want to buy myself some flowers, some nice fresh flowers, because Dee's not a real good gardener. She's an herbalist gardener, kids. She doesn't really do the mass quantities. You know, it's not my gold mine here. We labor. It was put on our heart years ago. This wasn't the way we were going to make money, okay? So I go in, I try to buy what I want. I can only buy up to an ounce. The government says I can only buy an ounce, and the government takes 40% taxes from such, from me. It's a racket. They've ruined it.
Yeah, see?
Ruined
It's legislated. It's legalized.
Yes,
So it's
yes,
taxable.
exactly.
And that's the thing. When you legalize something, it's another tax. And tax is what? All tax is theft. All tax is theft. Remember that. When you hear the word tax, just think of somebody stealing from you. It's theft. When somebody's lying to you, they're what? They're controlling you. Tax is theft. Lies are controls. So I could fix a lot of these problems that are in the world right now in about 2 weeks. And all wars are bankers' wars for the most part. So all these wars you see, they're all for the big boys and the bankers and the people that profit on. When they destroy a country, they go in there and clean it up to get the contracts. 9/11, anybody? Halliburton? Can you think about those things really logically?
Oh, yeah.
So it's all repeating itself. You know, we don't need war in this modern society where we have the ability to feed ourselves and put shelters over our heads. All wars are for control and for the bankers and the big boys. And just think about this. If there was no war, there would be nobody you don't have to vote for somebody to protect you against another invasion, right? So all these countries and these presidents and these, powers that shouldn't be, all are in this together. So they create these wars and this infighting, and they're behind the scenes, they're having lunch with each other. And then when it comes to your country, everybody's waving their flag. We're being invaded by this country, so we got to vote for this guy to save us because we need a strong military. All this stuff just needs to go away. There's no point in any war, okay? That's a fact. Yeah. Wars are bankers' wars. They're about control, and a lot of wars are fought over religions.
Well, look
lies.
at this one with Ukraine and Russia right now. If that one doesn't wake some people up, if they can't see the shell game going on here, they never will.
No, they're not going to. Yeah, and that's a whole nother hot topic. Fry is bicycling. Fry is bicycling.
I don't know what that means. You got your legs going? Are you standing or
No,
sitting?
I don't have that cycling thing in here. Maybe she's thinking about We the People video that I'm running from earlier today. She might be thinking that's a fast bicycle ride. No, I don't have my little cycle in here. I'd have to sit down, and I don't know if that would fit under this. Yeah, I guess it would fit under here. Yeah.
Pretty sure we've been sold along the way a long time ago. Yeah, a lot of people don't know. That's what. If I were to go on T's record, he did awesome for America. I would have never thought he'd sell us out. I would have never thought he's not going to be the person he said he was going to be. And I would have never thought he's going to go down with his legacy a loser to a potato head. Okay? And I still can't think that. I just can't wrap my mind around that. So, of everything I've seen, nothing is what it seems right now, right? Nothing is what it seems right now.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
We're not going to vote our way out of this situation. All it is the vote for the right person is just going to be a delay of game. So just know that. It's coming. It just depends on how fast or how slow. So.
What part of Revelation do you think we're in? Some people are talking about seals. They're like, I was at Calvary Chapel. I am a Calvary Chapel, studied under, just studying the Bible for 27 years with Calvary Chapels. Chuck Smith, hippie movement, you remember? Jesus people.
Yep.
And, very good, solid church today. They are very much in the fight. And actually, I've seen, I don't know how credible people think Monkey Works is today, but he's been doing some interviews with some Calvary Chapel pastors, and they're having some Q&As going. They've always been involved with ACLJ, Jay Sekulow, and those people too. So I'm glad to be part of a not lukewarm church right now, but still wrong on the plant stuff.
Yeah, I'm not well versed on that. I don't know. I just know what's happening now, and I can tell you that things are manifesting and accelerating and quickening a little bit faster than I thought. And I've been, quote, preparing for this for a long time, and there's stuff that I see now that I'm not prepared for, not physically, but I was like, oh wow, I did not see that coming. Just the stuff that they're throwing at the sheeple, I hate to label them, but the normies, the people that are not awake. The propaganda about the monkeypox and this and that and global warming and all this control. Deception, yeah. And remember, lies equals control, and tax equals theft. And if you can just keep those simple thoughts, you'll see pretty quick what. If somebody's wearing a suit, okay, let me simplify this. If they're wearing a suit and tie and their mouth is moving like this, and you hear things coming out of their mouth, they're lying to you to control you. They're not helping you. They're not giving you information that's going to help you and your family. They're there to control you.
Everyone in a suit, dude. Everyone in a suit.
Yes.
You think that way. You're labeling and putting in a box.
No, here's why. Because the person that are saying something that's going to help you is not the person that's going to be in control. Okay, it's only the ones that are.
I might just like wearing a suit, man. My husband looks great in a suit.
I'm talking about politicians. I'm talking about politicians.
Loves a suit jacket. He wants to.
No, you're not hearing me. I'm talking about politicians. I'm talking about.
Oh, yes, sir. Okay.
The vote for me people. The vote for me people. Now, on a local level, not so much, but when it comes to this every 4 years voting for a person to idolize and get on your knees and worship, I don't play that game. So that's what I'm getting at. We're not going to vote our way out of this problem nationally on a federal level. It's going to be local with yourself. Again, I want to repeat myself. Your health is your wealth. Start locally. Nothing else matters except that. You and your family's health. And then your county commissioner, your sheriff, and your mayor. That's the stuff that matters. And then your governor is the next. And that's it. So there's 4 people that you need to focus on when it comes to voting for. That's your sheriff, county commissioner, your mayor, and your governor. The rest of it is nonsense. Okay?
Yeah.
The rest of it's garbage, theater, distraction, divisional crap. It's all divisional crap. Your health is number 1, though, so there's 5 things that you need to really focus on. Your health is your first vote. Vote with your health.
Right. Yeah.
Then you can focus on the other stuff, because it's none of your business on these other 3 or 4 if you don't have your good health. Because if you're unhealthy, you're a burden on everybody around you. So why do you care about the other ones whenever you can't get your health right? So be selfish and work on your health, and then you can concern yourself about who's your county commissioner, who's your mayor, who's your governor, and who's your sheriff. And then that's the stuff, that's the order it needs to be in. Get your priorities straight, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, not just physical, right? It's mental and spiritual.
It's all connected, yep.
Like that whole head of the house thing, man. At first when you're a young married couple, the husband's like, yeah, that means if we're in a fight, I have the last word. No, that's not what that means. That means you are supposed to make sure that everybody is spiritually fed in your home. Yep. Your wife, your kids, your parents, and the responsibility ultimately falls on you too, is what that means. But I've been prepping last year. I prepped a whole bunch, and I thought, there was a lot of stuff going to happen. Boom week, this week, boom week, that week. Nada, nothing burger after nothing burger, month after month. But this does seem like we are going to head into a that kind of winter they were warning us about last year. Seems like we are a year behind on some of the things we were told.
We're here now, okay? So that's what you got to get out of your head. It's not ready, set, go, Armageddon. People are driving around like Mad Max. Go to the grocery store. Look at the stuff that's not there anymore. Look at the stuff that is there. It's it's smaller and double the price. So it's shrinkflation. They're lowering the sizes, and a lot of this crap you should not be eating to start with. So get that mindset in your head, because you don't have to eat as much as you eat. Number one, but like a jar of avocado mayonnaise is $10 now, and which was used to be like $4 or $5. Now it's 10, so it's double the price. That's the good stuff. Like I said, the other day I went in 5 bags of groceries, $198. So learn how to eat less. Eat more proteins, clean proteins, grass-fed beef, good eggs, grass-fed cheese, the butter that's not from the States. You want to get the butter from another country. The good stuff, grass-fed butter. High-fat foods are good for you. The fatter the food, the better. And stay away from processed oils and foods. Don't buy anything in a bag that has an ingredients list on it. If you buy chicken, it should say chicken and salt at the most. That's it. It shouldn't have a list where you have to go to school to learn what the crap is and have to read it. You should be a poor reader and be able to read your ingredients. Okay? You should be able to have dyslexia like me and be able to read the ingredients on the list. So once you know that we're being fed a bunch of garbage, if it's touched by man, it's probably poison. So if it's processed, it's poison. The most processed thing I eat right now is peanut butter, but guess what? It's organic Smuckers, and what's the ingredients on it? It's peanuts and salt. That's it.
Smuckers. I love Laura Scudder's peanut butter is my favorite.
Laura Scudder's can't hold a candle to Smuckers. Trust me.
No, you're wrong.
Nope. Hey, go. Okay, the Laura's is not organic and it's not processed the same way. The Smuckers.
It's delicious. Sugar and it's sweet and salty.
Yeah.
Okay, and that is delicious.
Trust me. The Smuckers is a cleaner peanut butter than the.
I don't think so.
Yes.
That sounds like a big corporate brand to me.
It is a big brand, but they're the only ones that have the clean peanut butter, and it's the only ones that are certified organic. Even if they're lying to me, it tastes better, and it is better. Trust me on that. I've done the research on the peanut butter. So.
Well, I have 20 jars of peanut butter at Laura Scudder's, but I gotta have peanut butter. I do not eat poultry, swine, or bovine. This is going on year 4, but I eat a lot of seafood because I'm on the coast. I'm on the West Coast, and I want to start doing some canning with meat. I have a friend who's got a channel called Ghetto, and last 2 weekends he's been doing canning with a bunch of people. He's had 9 different camera shots going. You got one making ghee, and they're making full-on meals in their mason jars, like beef stews and stuffs for stock. I've never canned in my life, but my mentality this year, I used to have chickens and stuff like that, but I'm a city slicker gone country, but we're on a hobby ranch. I've got mini horses now. I almost kill the poor things. They're not like goats. You can't let them graze on the grass. They're a pain in the ass. You have to.
Do you have the little ones, the little horses?
Yes, they're really cute. And they had a baby. I have a boy and a girl, and I got them at the same time last year. And,
okay, you should do videos of your little horses if you haven't already.
I have them already. Yeah, we had a colt that was born to us on Good Friday this year.
All right, what's your YouTube channel? Put that in the chat right now.
I did, I think. Yeah, let me find that video.
No, you never put your YouTube channel in.
Oh, okay. I try to hide.
Why do you hide? You're calling in on my stream here.
Yeah, because it's your show. I didn't go fire my live stream up. I came here to hang out with you on.
Well, I want to check out your little horses. So put your link in the chat.
Okay. I'll send you my little horse. I did have a beautiful little colt born to us on the 4th of July, or on Good Friday. I'm telling you, this was a gift from God.
All right, I'm gonna turn down my mic and get some ice and water. So I'll give you the floor here.
I tell you that. Go drink, and I can keep talking.
Yeah, just ramble on about something.
I'll ramble on about my horses. So I almost killed my little mini ponies, you guys. I'm such an idiot. You can't let them graze, and you don't need to give them any grain. And my one mini horse, unfortunately, has a condition. He has a metabolic condition. It's almost like he's diabetic, which is so lame. And he has something called laminitis and requires like specialty trims. And part of the problem I've had is I couldn't find a good farrier, one that was reliable and dependable. And so, anyway, I bought him his little booties today. I had to buy boots for this horse, but I'm trying to find which channel I have my little horsey on. I have Stand Up Humble. They took away my original Stand Up Humble channel, and they took away Stand Up Humble 1 entirely, but I still have Stand Up Humble 2, Stand Up Humble 3, Stand Up Humble 4. And so that's what I'm going to look for right now and see. I think I was on channel 3. I had one video go super viral on here on Stand Up Humble 3. I have a video that got, where did it go? It got 2,500 views, if you can believe it. I only have 300 subs, but it's because it's a real short video of the immortal redwood tree here in Humboldt County. And this tree survived fire. It survived a flood. It survived loggers almost cutting it down. And it survived, lightning and fire are the same thing. But I'm looking for a channel with the I'm looking for the video with the horse still, friend. I have one where my friend Jen got to meet him. I had a friend that I met on YouTube, and she drove all the way out here from Wisconsin a couple weeks ago. And she's a fighter. She's serving her city council too. So I'm teaming up with people that are serving notice and affidavits to their city councils. That's what I'm finally figured out. It took me a year and a half to figure it out, but I figured it out. You know, it takes time. Here it is. The day our Philly surprised us.
All right,
oh
I'm
my
back.
gosh, you guys, so cute.
So I'm having a little snack here. So I'm having frozen mango, organic mangoes with frozen pineapple. Let me see which camera would show this better.
That sounds delicious.
It's awesome. And what I do is I freeze the bowl in the deep freeze so they don't get soggy, so they stay nice and perfect texture. So pineapple and mango, this is my part of my treats. So.
Oh, good. I did Weight Watchers a few years ago. I lost 50 pounds, and they just basically taught me how to eat more fruits and vegetables. I mean, you know, we eat a lot of processed stuff in general, a lot. If we're not mindful about really eating good, it's so easy just to eat junk all the time.
Yes, it is. Junk is cheaper, and it's not good for you.
Well, we do. Did you want to play a video of the horse? Is that what you want to do?
Yeah, I'm going to pull it up here. I'll check it out.
Let me give you another one. That one's only 20 seconds long, but it's a good one because it's the day the horse was born. But the next one I'm going to put, this one is a video of my mini, and he does tricks. He does a few tricks. He's pretty great. So for all you prayer warriors out there, please pray that this horse, that God just flush out anything out of his body that it shouldn't be there, you know, all the sugar. And he has a bone that could be protruding. You know, they have this, I think it's not called Cushing bone or something like that. It could protrude out their foot, you know, if it gets too far gone and stuff like that. So that's what I'm hoping to God doesn't happen to him. He's such a sweet horse. And, yeah, I got his woman the same day I got him. I answered an ad. She was from a town a couple hours away called Laytonville, and I paid $800 for the mare. But the boy that if he wants to show it, the Mr. Ed was given to me free by a doctor here in town locally, and a friend of mine asked me. He knew I wanted mini horses. I'd been talking about getting mini horses for a while, and I had this friend send me a bag of plastic mini horses too.
Do you have a longer video than this?
Yeah, I sent it to you. It's the second one I just dropped.
Okay.
Because that one's just I got a 5-minute one. You can eat your little snack with that one for sure.
Let's see. Copy link.
I love frozen blueberries and cereal. That's a good snack too.
Yeah, and I stay away from all grains because all grains are processed and very toxic to the gut and cause all types of metabolic issues, and they spike your blood sugar as well, and they block absorption of.
You do dairy?
No, I don't do dairy.
No.
I tell everybody if you got any metabolic issues, stay away from the 3 white devils. That's dairy, sugar, and grains, which is wheat, that kind of stuff. All right. So that's just me. That's what works for me.
I do too. I people to when they have problems with their skin or digestive, I'm like, try to lay off dairy for a while and don't see if it doesn't. Yeah, that's me and Ed right there. That's me and Mr. Ed. Is Alfred's Kingdom still here, or did we wear her out? I wonder if she's still here. It's cool to see her in your chat. I watch your chat every once in a while. I'll just go in and see what you're doing. I'm bored of the movement too. I'm over it. I'm over it all.
Well, it's not a movement. I'll just say this: it's not a movement if it's not moving.
Yeah. Well, thank you. That's all that needs to be said. Yeah,
well, here's the thing. Yeah. The word convoy comes from a different language, but it basically means moving. The word movement means movement. So it's not a movement, it's not a convoy, it's a protest. Now, what is the message? Like if I tune into some of these streams, I don't get the message. I should be able to get the message the first 5 minutes.
Right.
Because there's a lot of click-throughs on a lot of these videos, and you want to reach the masses. So what message are they getting when they click through for 5 minutes is the question.
I need money. I need a room. I need gas. I need money. I need a room. I need gas.
That's a lot of the message that I hear. And I'm not knocking any of the people, but I'm saying they need to get the message out. What are you protesting? And get it out to the masses, because everybody that's watching all the time, it's an addiction at this point. It's an echo chamber. It's a bunch of people that want freedom, and they're watching the streams. But what about the people that click through? That message needs to be repeated, just like when you're a radio station. You're listening to KCAA. You're listening to whatever station. That needs to be repeated all the time. It's always something that needs to happen constantly. Every 5 minutes, there needs to be a 5-minute message of what's going on with the protest, and I don't hear that. So it's not going to, just turn off the stream. It's not going to be successful if you're not going to get the message out every 5 minutes. And that's my thoughts on it. And if you're listening to this, please start getting the message out. Okay? The message is not your title. The message needs to be verbal. And people need to know, what is that on your title? Can you explain to me how that will help me? How will that free me? How will that benefit me and my family? So get the message out, and then you're going to start getting more people gravitating. But get rid of the drama. Get rid of the bad actors. And once you get rid of the drama and the bad actors and start speaking the message, then you're going to have more people. I don't want to use the word gravitating because gravity is a theory. You're going to have more people. You're going to have more people supporting your protests. It's not a movement because movements are moving. So you'll have more people behind your protest. So that's just kind of some observation just from somebody in Texas that's been observing this for a long time. And I've watched tons of streamers. And trust me, I know what's going on, okay? I'm Captain Lurker over here. I work from home.
Right.
I have lots of screens up. I hear and see a lot of stuff. So, and guess what? I don't get the message. Okay?
No.
I don't get the message. And whenever I was restreaming, guess what I was doing? As soon as I got the message, I was pushing it out to these other channels. I was the only restreamer that pushed these messages out to other channels. And where did that message come from? The message.
You were excellent at it, I will say.
And guess where the message came from? The A team.
Yeah.
The team that I had on board. All the mods and stuff. They went out, they got the right information, and they said, here's what you need to push. They wrote it up. Yeah, Diego was one of the ones that was writing the message. You know, he was a good word crafter. And boom, we got the message out. We started pushing GWT333. He was the first streamer. Him and Alex Glasgow and Jersey J were the three that were starting to pick up the message and push the message out during the convoy. And we were making a difference. And then people had a reason to go on and watch. Now here's the message. We're not an echo chamber anymore. It's not just people around singing karaoke or asking for money or whatever the image is now. It was something that they had a message to put out there. And that came through a family of networking, through this channel, as a matter of fact. So that's the cool thing. It didn't come from me. You know, it came from other people telling me hey, here's the message. And that's the coolest part.
Oh, you're showing that video of me there after I left Ed. I'm in my she shed there. I call it the apothecary. I used to do it in my kitchen up at my house. I used to rent this house out, but I took it over, and that's where we make the salve, and I just have all those essential oils up there and stuff. And you know, we've been streaming about that for a year. And you're right. I love hearing people talk about it. It seems like you do hear the themes going, like, I hate to use a new agey term, but it's a true thing, the consciousness of us all, right?
Yep.
Connecting in on the same thing at the time. As far, I heard somebody else say it a couple weeks ago, a streamer. She'd never really talked about it before. And she's like, yeah, now we need to really focus on helping people heal and stuff. I'm like, yeah, we always have. You know, people are always traumatized, even before the last 2 years. You know, people are always like, they're like walking around little kids, us adults. We're all still like little boys and girls in big adult bodies.
That's a good thing you brought that up. So I say this a lot. Most people never grow out of the 5-year-old toddler mind state. And they grow up in adults. And they look like an adult meat suit, but inside they're toddlers. And they don't have their own original thoughts. Their thoughts are given to them through television, radio, social media, school, academics. Those thoughts are not originating from their own experiences. They're repeating their parrots. They're repeating, regurgitating information, garbage information that is controlling them and their friends and their family. Remember, they're repeating lies, and that lie controls somebody. So if you're passing on a lie, you become part of that lie, and now you're part of controlling somebody, and then that's a bad thing. If you pass on truth, that's empowerment and freedom. Truth is freedom and power. Lies are control and deception. So it's really simple. Tax is theft. Lies are control. Truth is freedom and empowerment. So the better and the cleaner you eat, the better and cleaner you're going to be. And the more you're going to have the processing power to see through the BS. You build a BS filter. I'm constantly building up my BS filter. I got a good filter. I'm always fine-tuning it, and I keep it on track. I can read people pretty quick now. Remember George Carlin? Whenever his one joke, he could talk to somebody for like 5 seconds. It goes, he's full of shit. Yeah. I got a pretty good BS filter built, being 51, and have a ton of life experiences, and yeah.
Well, you know what? We're the same age. I'm 51. I was born in May 26, 1971. And I really appreciated about you when you made that comment. I was watching your stream, you know, and you were so annoyed because we were playing all that copywritten music. And I really didn't realize, you know, at the time and I should have as a streamer too, like what that does. I did realize it, but you knew from my comment, like I told you, I'm like, hey, don't be criticizing us here who are fighting, and we're just here to have fun, and right,
Oh, so you're the one that was doing the music, and I was the one that was ranting about it. See, don't take that personal. You just happen to be the broke the camel's back one, So it was not.
One danced in front of Newsom's house the most.
Right.
Like, I was out there by myself at times.
But as a restreamer, okay, I have to deal with so many music things where I can't run your channel if you're playing copyrighted music, because what does that do? After you get 5 strikes, your video goes away. So if you get 5 songs that are copyright strikes, they just block your video. So it's not about monetization or anything. They block the whole video. So I was streaming 10, 12, 16 hours a day, and if I put all that work into getting the message out, all that archive's gone. It's gone.
And that's what I stated about you, though, is because we had our little conversation. I said one thing to you, and you were super gracious and humble, and I think you even said you were sorry or something, because I was so mad. I was like really just, it was rough. The whole experience was tough. I went there and I met Jennifer the cook, who I love, and Robert. I don't know if you've seen their streams on the People's Porch. Have you been following them at all?
Nope.
Nope. Well, she was the cook for the movement for the first few months. For 6 or 9.5 weeks. I remember that because I remember that movie. But anyway, they were there for 9.5 weeks. And when I went down to Sacramento to go share what we have here in Humboldt, the medicine and stuff. I'm sorry, I don't want to say that. But the things like in the video game and the movie.
Yep.
I went down there to share that with the people that were going to be taking a stand for us. So I thought, right? And so they did. They were in Hagerstown, and they did come here, and they did stand for us at our Capitol. And that was an epic time for me. And to be there with a lot of those streamers, I was there. I met Grey Wolf. I met Sasnak. I met Oreo. I met Julius. I met WYSIWYG. And they were all really nice to me. The first responders guy, I met him. But the minute I showed up, I'll just tell you what happened. It was the day before, or the very week that the cook and her man Robert left. It was all coming to a head. Brian was leaving and all that. They left Sacramento. And they went up to Washington or Oregon. Remember that time when it was they were doing that route? And we were all kind of what's going on? And we wanted them to stay in California, but I understood they were doing their thing, right? And so I went down there to give those things away to all the people that were fighting for us. That's why I went down there. And I showed up. We got there. I was with my brother-in-law who has the seizures and stuff. And I just looked over and you're still in my house. I'm like, what the heck video is this? Anyways, and I stepped out of the car and this guy Rattlesnake rode by and just cussed at me. The minute I got there, I'm standing there with the cook, and he goes, yeah, that's why we don't effing park here. Just barks at me. And I just got there, just stepped out of my car for 1 minute. It was less than a minute. And so that was my first impression of it, I was like, dang, that's kind of why I go, wow, who the heck is that guy, And she told me, and that's X-Ray Rattlesnake, I guess, And so I took a little video. Actually, I have a video of, that's the baby, I think. I have a video of riding with the convoy and all that kind of stuff. But you're burned on that anyway, But that was when I got to know you, and I really appreciated how you just were just gracious to me, because I was kind of snarky, I was pissed about it, but then I did understand too, and I was trying to give you a little in saying, hey, I'm sorry too. I didn't realize, and I should, because I do stream too, but not like you, you know. I don't stream as much as you do or as long and stuff. But we both got, what I liked is that you and I both got to a very quick understanding of each other and appreciation too. Like you appreciate what I'm saying to you. Like, hey, we're fighting and we were just trying to have a good time and I didn't realize it, you know, and you're like, yeah, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, yeah. And that's why I called you tonight, because I really thought that was a stand-up way to handle my criticism of your criticism of me, you know? And yeah, there's my homestead in California. That's a barn. We built that barn with 80% of the lumber off our property, had it milled, and, you know, had a little build. That's my little horse Friday and his daddy, who's biting his little butt. I'm probably behind on the video talking, but...
That's okay. I'm going to put the link in the chat to our channel here.
Okay. Yeah, that's cute. Oh my gosh, I never would have thought I would even be talking to you tonight or have you showing videos of my homestead. But you know what? California's worth fighting for, you guys, and that's why I do put myself out there and share little glimpses. You know, I don't share everything about my life, obviously. I've just started to share a little bit about my homestead and things, you know, after a year of streaming. I'm trying to get a little more personal because, you know, you kind of want to. I don't always want to talk politics. You know, you probably understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, politics to me is, it's in the word, multi, ticks are bloodsuckers. And the whole thing is like talking about a crime scene. So when politics arrive in the conversation, it's just like talking about a crime scene. With blood suckers.
Yeah, I have a constitutional scholar who's taught me to stop saying driving. I say travel. Don't say signature. Say autograph. I have a California Republic flag on my wall now when I stream, not the American corporate flag. You know, I've taken some harsh lessons from my friends. They have pulled my ass, you know, and I've taken it. And I've listened intently and learned and took the criticism and read the stuff and keep reading. And they're right. We are, and you're right. We're manipulated. We're lied to. It's very serious. It's very.
Yeah, and it's getting more. The best way to explain it is we're playing checkers and they're playing 3D chess when it comes to what we think is going on and what's actually happening behind the scenes. So we have to think more on the 3D chess level and not the checkers level.
Right. Have you ever been to the Redwoods? Have you ever been to California?
No, we have 3 radio stations in California that I work for, and I've never been. My dad's been doing his best to get me to move to California, or he wanted me to go to California to work at the stations and, you know, kind of fix things, but I don't travel well. I've spent half of my life traveling, my professional career, and I don't get into airplanes anymore, especially after 9/11. I'm not going to be immediately arrested when I get to the airport, and that's what they do. When you put your hands in the air, you're under arrest. When you go through those little machines, you give up all your rights. When you're on the airplanes, you have no rights, and it's you're basically a prisoner in an aluminum tube. And then you have to put up with somebody that's stinky beside you, right close to you, and all whatever nonsense around it. And I just don't play that game. I'm a ground person, and I'm going to stay on the ground.
Wow. You are a grown person.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I love the way you think. It's very refreshing to me. I want to see more people talk that way and act that way and realize how much we are lied to and manipulated, because I have loved ones that they're bipolar, and you know what, the thing that happens to them is they're very sensitive to those manipulations and lies. You know, have you ever known anyone who's been in a psychosis? They're going through a mental episode of such like that?
Yep. A lot of that is when people are bipolar, it comes from maybe childhood trauma, because they build multiple personalities to protect them against things. Yes, I've dealt with that personally. I grew up in a family of interesting situations, and I've seen multiple personalities or bipolar or whatever you want to call it, and some people close to me. You're usually labeled as crazy at that point. That's the immediate label that gets thrown on people that are dealing with trauma. As people like to say PTSD or multiple personality disorders or whatever, but I'm very aware of that and have seen it and grew up around a couple of people with that disorder.
Yeah.
It's a real thing.
We get folks just being lied to in general and manipulated. I really appreciate that you keep saying that, because I don't think people say it enough, and I probably don't. If I listen to you a lot, probably something you say a lot, but it's been a while, and I just think that you can't hammer that home enough. Really, you just really can't. I mean, it's true.
Yeah.
The truth is, we're lied to.
Yeah, the truth is we're lied to, and I know I'm going to sound like I'm a broken record, but I want people to get this when they hear these. This stream will be hopefully up after we're done. Lies are there control you, and tax is stuffed, and truth equals freedom. So if you want to free yourself, be a truth seeker. Maybe change your language. Instead of being a freedom fighter, be a truth seeker, because you will be led to the truth when you seek the truth. If you're fighting at something, you might be fighting the wrong war with the wrong group of people. And
it doesn't good. Yeah, it doesn't sound as positive. I don't like to say that either. I definitely have used freedom fighter as a term, but I like, what you say too. Truth seeker, just be. I have a couple here. The guy is an 86-year-old veteran, and his wife is, in her 70s. They are the grassroots. They're incredible. They've given over 8,000 flyers away, bumper stickers away. She's a retired nurse. You can't stop a nurse. She just wants to share information, and they do it so lovingly. And they are what made me start Stand Up Humboldt, honestly. They were going to the courthouse in Humboldt County since August 2020, and then I joined them, and then, and it took off from there. Then another freedom group started it, and then they tried to take credit for that. I couldn't freaking believe it. I'm like, just because they don't have a website, don't you take their legacy from them. Not that they even cared, but, it just kept my high. Don't do that. That's not cool.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed in the current situation of a lot of the stuff I see on the streams right now, the infighting and the drama. That's a disappointment, and I'm not going to bring it up as far as pointing fingers or play the blame game, but the fact that it's happening is not another reason why it's like, okay, I'm glad I'm not passionate about it anymore. Does that make sense? About restreaming. I'm glad I'm not passionate about restreaming it, because it's just too much drama. I'm not a drama queen or king, and there's a lot of that drama going on. I don't know if you're watching the streams lately this week, but there's so much drama.
No, but I've been hurled into a few myself in YouTube accidentally. I've gotten myself into some humdingers with some people, but I think I managed to stay true to myself and be genuine, because I'm always honest. I do not lie, and that's my my reputation is all I really care about, as far as just being a credible source and being known as someone who really does care about other people and just trying to share information. And if people don't see that and they see something else, well, then, they can move on, or they know what else they can do. I'm not here to please everybody. Everybody sure don't like me, and that's okay. I don't like everybody either, you know?
Yeah.
I like some people.
I'm not here to take your happiness away, but I'm going to say things that you don't want to hear, and if I'm doing that, then I'm saying the right thing.
Yeah, and the truth hurts at first, and that's something I've really recently been honing in on, too, is that, I don't really like it a lot of times when I first hear it. Like when you said what you said to me about, hey, these idiots, because the way you said it, you were so pissed off, right? And I think you called us idiots or something. I'm like, hey, you know? And,
well, you can't take that personal because I don't know you on a personal level. So
no, but I thought you were talking, you know, we worked it out. I'm just saying that's how that could just go really the wrong way if people don't have grace for each other. And you and I both did have grace for each other. And we got through it. Now we're having this cool conversation.
Right, and I'm a flawed human, so I'm going to say things that I regret, okay? And when you're doing a live stream for 10 or 12 hours a day, you're going to say stuff that you wish you wouldn't have said. And look, I was probably frustrated at the time. Obviously, I was. So if you've watched any of my streams, you know something will trigger me, and I'll just go off. So, and...
Yeah, you get crabby sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a long time, and you were right. You were absolutely right. That's what I'm saying. The truth hurt. Me too. I didn't want to hear somebody didn't appreciate me dancing out in front of nuisance. What the hell? You know,
yeah.
I was having a gay old time.
No,
okay?
no. See, it's not that I didn't appreciate it. It was just the music. It was the music. And I couldn't run your stream. That's the thing. I wanted to restream you, but I couldn't pull your volume up. You know what I mean?
And I got it, and that's when I realized, like, wow, this sucks. He's right.
Yeah, I can't. It was one of those things. Help me, help you. That's all it was.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was how it was, and that's how I took it, and that's what I try to do too. If you're gonna give someone some criticism, the best thing you can do is at least offer some assistance.
Yeah.
You know, and because I think as a business owner too. With employees, you cannot expect them to do things you don't train them right to do.
And I broke the #1 rule in management because when I was in management, you never discipline your people in front of the other employees or the other coworkers.
Right.
So by me yelling at you on the stream, I broke the #1 rule and I broke your trust, and I basically made me look really bad.
No, not really, because you're right. You weren't directed at me. You didn't. I knew.
Right. It wasn't directed at you. I didn't know you, but it was the general concept of the music is all. And I still, well, I don't restream much at all anymore. But if I do hear the music, I do rant about it still.
Well, and you should, because then people like me will learn.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's probably what it was. You were on the tail end of the night, and you were like, these idiots don't know. And I was like, listen, you. And now here we are, though, because I have a lot of friends that, well, I don't know about a lot, but I mean, I'm sure we have all had those kind of friendships. They started off that way, and there was just a truth that was dropped. In our case, both of us got truth dropped on us, and we received it, you know, and we moved on like mature people. Yay, us. You know, I mean, it seems so hard to do these days, and it shouldn't be. Shouldn't be. I'm from the south side of Chicago. We didn't look at people with their race and their socioeconomic status growing up. We were trained and taught and raised to believe that you know, we all bleed red, and we're all human. And we need to just get along and love each other. We didn't see race like that. We didn't. Now there's so much of, I don't even know why I'm segueing into that, but it's just sad to me that we're being, the young people are being trained to think these ways. That is so opposite of what Martin Luther King was, you know, died for.
Yeah.
He died for that dream, that we would judge each other on the contents of their character, not their skin. And now you've got people training kids. I mean, it's sad. That's what I'm living in that here.
Okay.
In California.
As far as race is concerned, it's not physically possible or spiritually or mentally possible for me to be racist. And here's why. I did not get to pick my skin color, nor did the person standing beside me that might have a different skin color. So we cannot be racist because you didn't get to pick that. that is something that you were handed. So you can't be racist against something that you didn't get to pick. It's a learned behavior. So it's you're fooling yourself if you think you're racist. I'm racist against people the way their characters are. So if you're a criminal, if you're a thief or a liar, I'm racist against you. That's what I call racist. I'm not racist against skin color. Skin color means nothing. It's the person behind the skin is everything. So I'm a racist against a lifestyle. If you are harming somebody, that's the type of stuff I don't like, and you really can't call it race. So then again, you have to change your language. I dislike and I do not promote people that steal and lie and deceive.
Right.
And so the whole racism thing is just another mechanism to divide and conquer. Once they get everybody divided about what sex they are, what race they are, who you're going to vote for, what team, what religion, and everything, whether you like face diapers, whether you like jabs or not.
What you drive, how you eat.
Yeah, all that stuff is divisional. So I do my best to unite and not divide. Now, I'm going to say things that cause division because people don't like to hear the truth, and that's okay. I'm not forcing you to be here. I'm not holding you hostage. I'm not going to sell you a DVD. You don't have a membership that you have to pay yet. Huh? Do you hear that? Yet? That's a joke.
I heard it.
Yeah, that's funny. But yeah, I don't like division. I don't like drama. I like to have fun. You know, everybody hears me rant, but they think, oh, that guy's not fun. No, I'm really actually a fun person. I have a great sense of humor. One of my favorite comedians is Bill Hicks. Go listen to his comedy. And George Carlin. I resonate with Bill Hicks and George Carlin when it comes to comedy. And of course, Richard Pryor and the hardcore ones.
Dating yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, Richard Pryor. Nobody. I mean, Eddie Murphy and Richard
Eddie
Pryor.
Murphy, Richard Pryor. Yeah. Those
snowflakes today.
Yeah. If you want dirty humor, that's the way to go. Yeah.
They would die in the corner.
Yeah.
Crying all the way.
Blazing Saddles could not be shown in a theater today.
No way. Archie Bunker. You ever notice they never play All in the Family reruns either? Because Meathead was racist. That guy was so racist.
Yeah.
Archie Bunker was a racist guy, but you know, and Benny Hill, I mean.
Yep.
Benny Hinn too. I remember Benny Hinn too.
Yeah, so FMOA in the chat says now it's all about skin color and not about the character. Yep, exactly. Because nobody gets to pick their skin color, so that's an easy thing to get everybody to fight about. Oh, everybody's. You know, one thing that would be great is once everybody gets all inbred and everybody's all like the same skin color, what are they going to pick? Now what are they going to divide us with? Because if we're all, I don't know what the eventually everybody's skin color is going to be, but once everybody gets that direction, then they can't divide us on skin color. So then what are they going to divide us on? But
I don't know, because remember when you were young, did you ever go through this phase where you wanted to be like a shock jock? Just like shock people with your, you know, intellectual stimulation, or, you know, I don't know, but that's what it seems like. I don't have a big desire to shock people other than with my intelligence. I love to, you know, do that get out of their box thing. That's my favorite. But
I like to stimulate people's thought processes and get them to explore what is controlling them or what might be causing their addictions or why they're doing the things they're doing, because I'm the student, okay? So the more I teach people, the more I learn, and I get that feedback loop going, and then I learn more, and then I can teach more. So it's about synergy is the best way to put it, because I do help people every day with their addictions and their health, and it also helps me. I help people one-on-one, and they come through this channel. That's the coolest part. That's what keeps me going every day, is to be able to help somebody, and I'll get a message saying I feel better, I've lost weight, I got a better attitude, you know, this kind of stuff, and that's what keeps me going.
Well, that's good, because it's I think people are very depressed these days because they're very self-focused and they don't help. I'm guilty. I don't really spend a lot of time. I don't want to be around my neighbors, okay? I live in the country, okay? I live way out in the mountains. I don't want, but I do know my neighbors, and like we get together very rarely, but we're just all the same kind of people. We keep to ourselves. But we would be there for each other if we needed each other, and we have been, and we will be again. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But growing up on the south side of Chicago, we had block parties, and it was a different kind of way of living. So I think the city and the country people, city people, they're not going to be as resourceful, clearly, right? If it gets down to it, I'm just segueing off into another topic here, and we go back to the water and foraging and all this kind of stuff. City people need to figure out a water source too, and maybe a forest they can forage or hunt or something, because I mean, when this government does get full control of everything, they're going to pull the rug. That's the plan.
Yeah, and that's why I focus on we don't need to eat as much as we do, and we need to eat more.
Fast or do intermittent fasting? Is that what
every
you
day?
promote,
I do intermittent fasting every day. I force myself to eat as late in the day as possible. Like today, I ate at 4:07 Central Time. That was the first thing I ate, and I had 3 grass-fed eggs over easy, some uncured bacon with no sugar, grass-fed cheese, and some air-fried sweet potatoes with lots of sea salt and black pepper, and good grass-fed butter, and distilled water, and that was it. And then
you read Bragg's nutritional books, don't you? Read Bragg's books.
I have Bragg's nutritional yeast is what I put on the, and I forgot to use it today. So thanks for pointing that out.
I used it today on my toast.
Yeah.
And I put it on my popcorn. You ever have it on popcorn? That is the stuff, dude.
No, I don't eat popcorn anymore, but if you were my popcorn recipe, if I did still eat popcorn, I take sea salt, maple syrup, and cayenne pepper, and and butter. And then I take the butter, melt it with a little bit of maple sea salt and a little bit of cayenne pepper, and then I pour that on top of the air-popped popcorn, the good stuff. That's some good popcorn.
Yep.
Now, I don't eat popcorn anymore.
Anymore. And shut up, by the way. That's so good. Why don't you eat it anymore?
It's not good for you.
GMO, seeds, all the seeds.
Just the popcorn is just spikes your blood sugar. It's not beneficial. So I'm fine tuning everything in my life. I drink distilled water.
A lot of weight eating, a lot of popcorn. I really did though, because it was a good healthy snack. When you're, if you're having to lose weight and you're having to like make better choices, like some people can't just go from total processed food to raw, and if it has an ingredient list, you can't eat it. Like I'm in Humboldt County, and I eat pretty clean here.
If you're having if you're having low energy and any metabolic issues, clean up what you're putting in your mouth and what you drink and what you eat, and you have to be strict about it. And I'm strict. I drink nothing but distilled water, and I'll make green tea. It'll be a mixture. I use 3 tea bags when I make my tea. It's a green tea. There's a tea bag with ginger and lemon, and then there's one with peppermint. I put them 3 in there, and it steeps all day. And I just had my tea earlier, right while I was starting the stream, and it steeps all day, and it's some of the best tea. No sugar, no honey, no nothing in it, just the tea.
Okay. Did you always eat this way, or did you have a health condition that made you get more radical with your lifestyle?
I've been always focusing on like a 80-20, where 80% of my intake was okay and 20 was not. And I had some recent, about 6 months ago, some major metabolic issues where I had AFib, panic attacks, weight gain, low energy, shortness of breath, all those things that go along with major metabolic issues. And it was the crap I was putting in my body. I was eating too much sugar, ice cream, wheat, pasta, Drinking juices, we should never be drinking juices ever. Never drink sugar water in any form, any state, ever. Whether
Sugar is the devil.
Sugar,
White sugar is the devil.
yeah, and the cousin to white sugar is flour and wheat, because I got all these glucose meters, and my sugar, my glucose would spike more with wheat than it would milk or ice cream and sugar itself. So that's just the way my body works, and I'm seeing with helping other people too that their sugar spikes more, their glucose spikes more with wheat than it does sugar, table sugar sometimes, the artificial junk. So everybody's body's a little bit different, but that's why I stay away from grains, because oatmeal is one of the worst things you can have to start off your day because it spikes your sugar. You want to start your day with a protein, a good animal protein if possible. And I'm not saying
well, but, I
bacon
thought
is.
because oatmeal does have protein in it, though. It does have 9 grams of protein in a cup of oatmeal.
It doesn't matter if you have any insulin resistance. If you have any belly fat, that means you have insulin resistance. So you should never eat any grains to start with. If you have that, and we're eating too much grain. We're breads, we're oatmeals, we're pasta, we're doing all this stuff. It's wheat crackers, you name it. Yeah. So it's highly processed, and it's not good for you. So
French fries.
See, I still have potatoes, but I do it in the air fryer, and I don't put any oils on it. Here's how I make. You want to make some good air fries? Just cut up the fries in the size you want, and then put them in a bowl first. Don't put them straight in the air fryer. And take 2 different types of sea salt if you have it. Put a lot of salt on them. I'm talking a lot, and a lot of black pepper. And then mix up that salt and the black pepper, and then they'll be really kind of slimy almost when you're doing that. It's just going to be they're going to be putting off all the juices. Throw it in the air fryer, cook them for like 12 minutes, 12 or 15, depending on how big your cuts are. Boom. Really good air fries. Yeah. Just awesome. Yeah. And they're pre-seasoned, and you're done. And you don't put any olive oil or any of that junk on there, because oils are the devil. Any processed oil is the devil, even olive oil, because it's going to be cut most of the time with seed oils. So you're not getting a pure oil, even with most olive oils. You can't trust it. So if you have high blood pressure, get rid of all the oils in your intake. Don't have any oils, no chips, nothing that has oil in it. Tacos, chips, crackers, everything, chicken. You can get processed chicken. It's got oils in it. You know, the ready-to-heat stuff. All that stuff is bad. It's causing high blood pressure. And I hear these commercials all day long about erectile dysfunction. I mean, and they're showing guys in their 30s now, and their 40s with erectile dysfunction. I don't have that problem, okay? I'm 51, all right?
Oh, God.
I don't have that problem.
No, my husband's 55. He doesn't have that problem either. And I think that's men that were taking steroids. There's some of that, you know. It's a
blood circulation issue, and it's also hardening of the arteries. There's a lot of things there. And then when you're insulin resistant, there's a lot of hormones that go on, testosterone. There's all kinds of mechanisms that get what's the proper word?
What's your favorite remedy for high blood pressure?
Okay, I'm not a doctor, but I can tell you what I've done to help people. If you have high blood pressure, it starts with hard arteries. And if your arteries are hard, let's figure out what causes them. All right, so as a comedian like I am, I figured the funny thing would be is to not have any processed oils in my body. So everything that has a processed oil, canola, peanut butter, look at your jar of peanut butter, and if it says canola oil or rapeseed oil in there, it's causing you to have high blood pressure because it's hardening your arteries. So you want flexible arteries. You want to eat foods that create nitric oxide. So get rid of all your oils. Don't take in any oil. Just stay away from all. Butter is okay.
We love coconut oil.
Coconut oil is okay, but you don't want to be like eating spoonfuls of it, okay? Don't get onto that whole train of thought like, oh, this is a nutritional supplement. It's not in a natural state. If you're going to eat coconuts, eat them with the fiber. Don't eat the processed oil because you don't know what you're getting, how it was refined, and what they're cutting it with, okay? So you got to stay away from things that are processed because you don't know. So get rid of all processed oils, and that fixes part of the problem where your arteries are not going to be so hardened. Now start looking for foods that have high nitric oxide. So like certain beets, I think arugula. There's just start research and see what foods help you with nitric oxide. And nitric oxide is what allows your stuff to be flexible, elastic. Your arteries are going to be more elastic, so they're going to be more malleable. They're not going to be hardened. So that two things right there are going to help you.
Like what? What's one food that has that in it, please?
Beets. Beets.
Beets.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's certain type of beets, but then you got to be careful if they're GMOs and all that. But there's supplements you can take. But most of the time, I would just say research what you can put up with eating and what has lots of nitric oxide production in your body. The best thing for vitamin D is sardines. It's one of the highest sources of vitamin D. And, yeah, it's one of the best things you can eat. Sardines. Eat the ones with the bones and the skin, and you're going to get. It's going to be good for calcium intake as well. Calcium. Sardines are good with calcium and vitamin D. So it's a good survival food. So that's one good thing.
Tuna. I know there's too much mercury in tuna, but I do eat a lot of tuna.
I do eat tuna, but I don't eat. I don't eat it every day, and I eat the cleanest stuff I can find, and I don't.
Wild.
You know, I eat the cleanest stuff I can find, and I don't eat it with the olive oil. I eat it with the water and the salt.
Right.
Because the olive oil is going to be some nasty, cheap cut crap you don't want in your body. So stay away from anything that's got oil added. Even the sardines that have olive oil, I pour the oil off. And
hey, my phone's at 2%, so if all of a sudden I disappear. I'm trying to get my.
Oh, that's fine. I'll probably be wrapping the stream up pretty soon anyway, unless somebody calls in.
I better get anyway. I gotta go. Thank you for taking my call, and I've had a great conversation with you.
Awesome.
Really fun.
I look forward to you calling in again soon.
All right, man. Take care. Bye, everyone in the chat. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, that was a good call. So yeah, high blood pressure is something that can be reversed. Okay, coconut oil, okay. Yeah, it's okay, but when would you really need coconut oil? So if I'm going to use coconut oil, I prefer butter just for me, just for taste. If I'm going to make eggs, like I did this morning, I use grass-fed butter. I put a pretty good chunk of it in the pan on low heat, let it melt really good, and then I throw my eggs on top. I would never do that with coconut oil. So the stuff that I eat, I don't need to use coconut oil for. Coconut oil is a good lubricant for other things. So you can kind of figure that out. So coconut oil is what you would want to use for playtime. Yeah, you read between the lines there. But yeah, but I'd rarely eat it. I used to use it a lot more in my cooking, but I've found that you can't trust it. And just like olive oil, you can't trust what they're cutting it with. But yeah, high blood pressure is easy to master. It's caused from a lot of things. Of course, if you're smoking, that's an issue that causes hardening of the arteries, circulation issues. So remember, all the oils, processed oils, take them out. Salt is not the enemy. Salt is not the cause of high blood pressure. Salt can elevate blood pressure because it retains water in the blood more. So your blood volume is going to be increased, but that's not the problem. That's just a reaction from having a lot of salt. But I have a lot of salt in I have a heavy salt intake, and I could check my blood pressure right now, and it's probably 115 or 117 over 72, something like that. And that's generally what it is, somewhere around 117, 115 over 70 something. So now if you're exercising, your blood pressure is going to go up. But yes, so I've had some major metabolic issues that I've turned around just by doing the things that I'm doing. And like I said, I'm a comedian, not a doctor, and I'm not a funny comedian either. That's the sad part. I've been plant-based for 8 years now. Yeah, if it works for you, run with it. Everybody's body's different, and listen to what your body's telling you. But I can tell you that processed oils are not your friend. They're not a nutritional supplement, and you want to stay away from all oils, especially oils you find in chips, because turn up the music a little bit. Alright, yeah, especially oil you find in chips, because chips are going to do a couple of things. They're going to spike your sugar, your blood sugar, and they're going to the oils in the chips are just very toxic. So yeah, I gave Truth Junkie a wrench, not to moderate, just because I thought it would be fun, because he always likes to be timed out, so I wonder if he can time himself out. Yeah, Truth Junkie says, you gave me a blue wrench, you hit the wrong button. No, I did it on purpose. I gave Marjo a wrench tonight, Truth Junkie just for fun, not to be moderators, but it's just, you know, if you're in here enough, maybe you'll get a wrench. Not to be a moderator, but to throw in links. So if I see you enough in here, I'll finally just chunk you a wrench. I gave Dan a wrench tonight. It's easier for me to know that, oh, okay, you've been here, and it's just one of those things I'm going to start doing. Not to be a moderator. There's no moderators on the channel. Drama free. Hey, Sonia, what's happening? Yeah, I'm just answering questions. So if nobody else wants to call in, we've had a pretty good stream here. We've been going for, what, 4 hours? I was just going to test out the new setup, and I think the microphone overall sounds better than it did before. Can I get some feedback in the chat if the microphone sounds better than it did a couple of weeks ago, or even the last time I streamed, or last couple of times? Can you put one in the chat if it sounds better? And I'm not necessarily talking about is if it's too loud or not, but is it easier to understand me? One in the chat if it sounds better, and two if it doesn't sound better. I know I'm running the mic a little bit hot right now, so I'm going to pull her down a little bit. Alright, right there. I need to not talk so loud. We'll do ASMR here towards the end of the stream. There, I'm not as loud. But yeah, it should sound better because of I've added this radio station gear. I'll show you again if you just got here. I was doing a little show and tell. I'm going to move this camera here. I was doing a little show and tell. It's going to be shaky, so hold on. This is the stuff that I added to the microphone here, processing. So this is the stuff we used to run at the radio station. So it's the piece of gear with the LEDs lit up at the bottom. And it's a Behringer. It's got compression and all kinds of stuff, expansion. And so I spent like an hour tuning that thing the other night. And then the voice processor, I'll put in line later. That's just for fun, so I can have my voice change right there. It's built into the mixer, but it's not as cool in the mixer as it is. This thing is just dedicated for that. So there's tons of fun stuff I can do with that. It has a MIDI input, so I could actually hook up a MIDI controller. So my mic should sound a little better. And also, I'm running the fast machine that used to be in the big studio. I set that up in here today. And I did some art upgrades. So these are my assistants. You can see the yellow jacket. I took a picture of that years ago when I was doing freelance photography. I always carried my high-end camera around. And that was a yellow jacket that was on my windshield. I was inside the truck, going to get out of the truck, and it landed on my windshield. And I used to do photo shoots with insects, so I was kind of like insect whisperer, and this one was on the outside of the windshield, and I got some good shots of them. And that's a 20-year-old print from 20 years ago, and it still looks pretty good. So that's kind of the theme of my new artwork here on the front of my streaming setup. So this is an OK Google device. What time is it? And then this is the one that you hear over the stream. The name of this one is Computer, Tell Me a Joke.
Why did the barf and the booger fall in love? It's what's on the inside that counts.
Alright, so that's a funny thing there. And this is my assistant that's off the mixer. This one's name is Ziggy. What time is it? Time is 2:15, and that's a real yellow jacket nest. So it kind of goes with the yellow jacket up there. I'm going to add more nests that I'm going to collect this winter from the property. So I'll be adding more yellow jacket nests to my artwork here. And the rest of this is just kind of flare, the little pipe and everything. It's actually dryer tube. And I got LEDs. You can see behind that the LEDs. So that's kind of the artwork, and it kind of goes with this WYSIWYG cam that I converted to be a webcam. So this is actually one of those WYSIWYG security cameras you can buy for 25 bucks at Walmart now, and you can actually upload webcam firmware to it and turn it into a 1080p web camera. The microphone is horrible in it, so you can't use it for a microphone. But if you wanted to use it just for the webcam like I'm doing, it makes a pretty decent webcam. That's what you're seeing me with right here, the one that's facing my front. And this webcam here is a Logitech 920C. So this is kind of some behind the scenes, and it's cool looking because it's black and white, so it kind of matches my my flare here. And then I added the I'm going to have some black lights I'm going to add to the studio, so that glove right there is going to kind of glow, and that's going to glow. Anything fluorescent is going to glow. So yeah, I got that there. I made my own emoji a while back. That's my own custom emoji. So yeah, it's just kind of a little bit of a flair I'm adding to my, because remember, I work from home, so this is my workstation and my streaming studio. And I added some more LEDs around here today as well. So it'll eventually look pretty cool in here. And yeah, so that's a little behind the scenes stuff. Just to make it a little bit funner when I'm doing the stream. And of course, here's the microphone wireless mic stand that I set up. So when I'm on my wireless mic, that's the stand I set up for that. So yeah, I don't know if you saw that earlier, but that's what's going on in here. It's art time. I'm a wannabe artist, so everything is an art project to me. So I treat the studio like it's a big art project, and that's just the way I roll. Alright, let me catch up with the chat. Alright, it's nice and clear, the microphone. So yeah, everybody for the most part saying the mic sounds pretty decent now. That's what I was going for. You know, I'm not an art bell. I don't have a deep voice. Just wanted it to be clear, and that's what I was going for. Alright, Truth Junkie says, well, for TV, the blue wrench is supposed to be an honor, which is, yeah, you basically got an honorable wrench there, Truth Junkie, and so did Marjo, and so did Dan. Y'all three tonight got Dan Quickie, yo, whatever, however you say that. All three of y'all got honorable wrenches because every time I go into somebody else's chat, y'all are always supportive, and y'all don't carry drama with you, and just real people. So you got honorable wrenches. Not that anybody else in here is not, but it's just I'm seeing support, you know, like Dan's throwing in my links to my channel and other channels and that kind of stuff. And Truth Junkie, of course you deserve a wrench from all, you know, you got a good sense of humor and you're always there. So, but yeah, I don't think you can time yourself out. If you could, you would, right? Yeah. But yeah, back to the health stuff. Yeah, all processed oils are not a nutritional supplement. They're not good for you. I would not be drinking or eating olive oils. I'll hear people that's like, oh, I'll take a spoonful a day. Well, that's a processed food, and you don't know what it's cut with. You don't know if it's pure. So you just kind of got to watch what you're doing there, because that stuff could be cut with seed oils, and it's not so good for you. So, yeah, talking about albacore tuna. Yeah, that's what I eat there, is albacore tuna. Yep. I'm just scrolling up in the chat here. I thought I gave you a wrench. How did you lose your wrench? Huh? So Stand Up Humble 3. Are you logged in as a different person? Let me go back and look. Stand Up. Okay, yeah, so I need to throw you a wrench on this login too. Boom. So now you can promote when you're on that channel. Alright. Thanks again for the great talk. I want to correct something. I think I misspoke about meeting Sasnak. I met him through my Humboldt trucker, Seth, who was covering it. It all blends in. It's all good. Yeah. I don't think anybody was questioning that at all. Let's see. So JG says, is it quite sad Sasnak was arrested again? What? It is quite sad Sasnak was arrested again. Sasnak was arrested? When was he arrested? I haven't heard that he's been arrested, so that could be a mistype or misinformation. You might be talking about Santa, maybe? Not Sasnak. Sasnak's not in DC anymore. Maybe you're thinking about Santa. And I don't think he's been arrested again, but yeah, so that's I think that's incorrect info there. I'll have to look into that. Went back to Kansas. He was arrested? No, I don't think so. No, I think somebody's messing with me. It's okay. Not a biggie. Alright, so I think I'm going to end the stream with a Southern Prepper video. Let's see if he's added a new one since, let's see. I'm going to add these links here to my links page. Alright, so I got that one there before I close this tab. We're going to be easing out of the stream with a Southern Prepper video, how we started the stream. And then we'll play a Poker Face song, full volume, and we're going to call it a night. What do you think? Does that sound like fun? Because it's 2:23 right now, and I kind of want to get to bed before 5 o'clock. Like I've been getting to bed around 4 or 5 every night. And I want to get back on a little bit more of a normal schedule and not a such a night owl schedule, but I've been working on the studio so much. Alright, so we're going to play Southern Prepper here on the way out here. I'm going to get the label ready, and then we'll end the stream with the Poker Face song, because I'm starting to fade out anyway. Please give... Okay, GJ, please give tryout thoughts, Fry. What? Please give tryout thoughts, Fry. I don't know what you're saying there, GJ. Alright, we're going to do this here. And we're going to pull this. We don't need Southern Prepper full screen. We can put them here. Because we can put him over here. Because all he does is show his face right by the hand. And then we'll put the label here, and I'll put the link in the chat to the video we're watching. You know what I could do? I could do a better job. We don't really need to see the chat. We can come over here in this blank spot, make that bigger right around there. That way we can keep our flare of our stream. And then we'll fast forward through this, or skip through the ad. And we'll be easing out of the stream. This video is...
And it won't make your throat dry.
It's a 19-minute video, and then we'll play a song. So we got about 25 more minutes.
Doing well. Hope you have a game plan this week. You need to have a game plan. What are we going to accomplish personally? What are we going to accomplish with relationships? Or would we need to call someone that we haven't talked to in a while? What's our prepping plan for this week? Write it down today. Write it down and try to accomplish something. So at the end of the week, Saturday, Sunday, you can look back and say, yes, I did something profitable. Time is precious. You know, more precious than money. Sometimes you might have a little bit of extra money, but you don't have the time to go do something or buy something or do a project. So time and money is important. Budget it wisely. Let's get right into it. If you got anything to add, send it to southernprepper1@yahoo.com. southernprepper1@yahoo.com. It's the only way I communicate with you. If something looks funny on the internet, if it looks like it's from Southern Prepper 1, it's probably not. Contact me through that. A lot of scammers out there. Let me get right into it. This is from Domino's Pizza. No longer offering the complimentary pepper or cheese packets. I don't know if it's all Domino's, but definitely at this one they sent the report in. They were also out of ham, and toppings were a lot less on the pizza. They normally buy the pizza there, and they've noticed they've gotten a little bit stingy on some of the toppings. Probably trying to save a penny. This is from the Kansas City Northland. And they said hundreds of transients are in our area lately. The mayor, Lucas, I think that's the mayor of Kansas City, has busted them up here from downtown. And they also were given a week of free time in a hotel. And then they have just scattered in the area, in the neighborhoods. This was a planned and intentional way of getting rid of transients from one section to another section. So now there's someone else's problem. This is ongoing. I've seen it. I've talked to police officers. I've talked to people. Round up all your homeless people, give them something, set them a couple hundred miles away, and you just got rid of them. She also said grocery stores are stocked, but bread is stale or moldy in a couple of days. Produce is bad. Crime is on the rise. Also, they said lots of expired items on the shelf by so many people. I have gotten, within a 24-hour period, at least 5, 6, 7 people saying, I bought products, they're expired already before I even pick them up to take them home, or the expiration date is just a few weeks out. Look for that. It is a widespread problem. Try to buy the freshest food you can, because if you store it like preppers do, you don't want to store food that's only going to be good the best buy date for a month. You want to get years out if you can. This is in Iowa. This is very important. This is a large-scale pork processing plant which provides pork to the U.S. and other countries around the world. They have over 2,300 employees. They said production is slowed. Before the pandemic, they slaughtered over 10,000 hogs a day. The line would never stop. Now we're slaughtering about 6,500 hogs a day. That's a huge decrease. And the employees would normally work 40 plus hours a week, now working 30 hours or less. Before the pandemic, we would ship 12 to 16 semis in a single 12-hour shift. 12 to 16. Now we get 2 to 3 semis in a 12-hour shift. They said expect to see pork shortages, which would then lead to pork price increases. This is Lucky Supermarket. This is Holster, California. They sent me a picture. Literally, they're selling half loaves of bread. It's an artesian white bread, priced at $5.69. Insanity. $5.69 for a half a loaf of bread. Now, granted, this might be a very richy supermarket, but that would mean you're almost paying $12 for a loaf of bread.
So I'm not the smartest guy in the world, but I made $49,000 in the last 30 days copying and pasting. Luckily, you don't have to be smart for it because all it is just copy and paste. I'm doing it as a complete side hustle right now. What's taking up a majority of my
This is a lot of people. I got 3 or 4 in a 24-hour period. I've gotten them before. Mental health issues. A lot of people are having mental health issues. Domestic abuse is way up off the charts. Uptick in suicides, threat of suicides. People are sad. People are angry. People are hopeless. They're not coping well. It's only going to get worse. As the economy deteriorates, it will put more stress on people. So, show kindness, show love, do what you can to help someone out. If you know someone's having a problem, help them. Don't just say, I'll pray for you. Help them. If they need a little bit of money, if they need some encouragement, if they need to be taken out to eat and just given some downtime, maybe they have a bunch of kids and the stress is on them. Volunteer to babysit for a few hours so mom can just go and relax. Do something. This is a Ford mechanic in the center part of the country. Since 2020, the shop rate has gone from $100 an hour for repairs, $100 to now it is at $175. He's talking about electric modules. They take about 3 to 5 days if they're in stock. If they're not in stock, the back order, they don't even give you a date when they'll be in. Local parts stores have little inventory, or they're refusing to sell to the dealers because probably they'd be wiped out in seconds. Certain general parts are also on back order. Most work he's doing right now is warranty work. That is because people have no money. They're not coming in and doing stuff for pay work unless it's absolutely necessary. He says it has drastically dried up. So people are probably driving on cars that should be in the shop to get minor repairs. Minor repairs can turn into major repairs. So you might be saving a few dollars here. It might cost you a lot more later. New vehicle deliveries occur once a week, maybe 2 to 4 cars. 2 to 4 cars once a week. Previously, we would get a full truck of new vehicles every day. This lady has a grown daughter, and they both got off their shift at work, and they were dead tired. So they said, let's go through the drive-thru, and they went to Lee's Chicken. When they got there, there was no cars in the front. There was a few cars in the back, and they assumed those were worker cars. They actually thought the place was closed, but they went through the drive-thru anyways, and they were surprised when a voice asked them, can I help you? This was 5 p.m., no line, supper time. They have ordered in the past a 12-piece chicken, and it used to be $28 for the meal deal. $28. Today, it was $43 for the same amount of food. Actually, they think it was less. The side dishes they got were so small they couldn't even feed their family with them. So they got 3 sides, and they were really small. They have come to the conclusion that they will stop eating out. First of all, they don't feel like they're getting their money's worth. And at $43, that's crazy. I was at Kentucky Fried Chicken the other day, and their 12-piece meal deal was, I can't remember what it was, but I was shocked. I don't buy that a lot. I have bought it maybe in a year or two ago for the family, for my son's family and us. And it was high, but I paid for it. Now I looked at it the other day, just last week, and I was just astonished at the price for one meal. All right, let's go over to the person that has our air conditioner broke. They had a repairman come. Luckily, they had the part to fix it. They fixed the electrical part. The guy said it seemed a little high, and then he talked to the repair guy, and the repair guy said that normally, I guess this wholesale price, they could get a whole system for $1,800 a few years ago. Now that system is running them $4,200. Let's go over to Northeast Ohio, the Dollar General. Sign up there, and it's been doing it for a few days. No cash back. The workers had no idea why. I guess they were just told by management. Dollar General, no cash back. This guy says, I'm a beef and pork producer in Arkansas. We process and sell our animals by the whole or the half. I check prices weekly at local retailers. Walmart had a major price increase on pork butts. Last week, $2.47. Now, $3.23. That's a 6 cents increase, something like that. 31% inflation hit that one. Some type of ribs, spare ribs, I think. Last week they were $1.97. Now they are $4.44. That is a 125% increase. I don't know if that $1.97 was a week that was on sale and then went it back up to the regular price. But even $4.44, things are getting expensive. This is an update. Remember I reported on the commuter trains that most of them were broken. I think there was 2 running and this is going in and out of Baltimore and DC. Well, they got back with me, give me some more information. I guess the parts are still on back order, and I think he said it would take another 6 months to get here. The parts are actually coming from Belgium. This is insane. We're relying on the whole world to supply us when we should be trying to be self-sufficient. Another thing he mentioned was he needed a spark plug for a small engine, and he went to the store. They were all out, had no idea when they'll get any in. So if you need spark plugs, or if you have small engines, be it from rototillers to anything, you need to check and make sure you have spare spark plugs. Crime. I've gotten so many of these in the last 24, 48 hours. I'm going to lump them all together. I will just be frank with you. Crime is astonishingly high. I will tell you that crime is not being totally reported by individuals. Crime is not being reported by police officers. The reason is some cities, some states, some areas are afraid if they show that their crime has exploded, it will hurt future sales of homes. It will hurt their tax base. So today is the day to increase your security 100-fold. Look at your locks, look at your doors, look at if you need to install a gate on your driveway. If you need to go shopping, call your girlfriend, call your friend, call someone, say, hey, let's go shopping on this day. Don't go by yourself. Go with a couple people, or go at least with one other person. This person moved some people from California to Knoxville. I don't know if they're professional movers, if it was family and friends, but just the truck rental was $6,800 to rent a truck and to travel really across the whole United States. It was $1,400 in fuel. It's easy for me to tell people, hey, just move. If you live in a crappy area, just move. When you look at $6,800 for a truck rental, you look at $1,400 for fuel, you look at all the other expenses of not being able to work for a few weeks while you're moving, it's hard just to jump up and move. I understand that. Do your best if you can, though. This is a Dollar General store in Tennessee. This person said about 80 to 85% of her order actually rang up wrong price. This is probably because they're short workers and they cannot change the stickers fast enough. Other people sent me in. Check your prices. If you think the price has gone up, take a snapshot of it with your phone, so when you get up to the front and it's a large increase, you can say, hey, can I get a discount up to this price? This is in Massachusetts. This person had some cows in the front of their property in their pasture. They moved the cows to the back pasture where they can watch them, because locally someone had 4 cows actually stolen from the front of their house or front of their front field next to the road. So you have to watch everything nowadays. This is the Flying J in Davenport, Iowa. They were referring to a Denny's, so I think a Denny's also attached to the Flying J, but they are now closing at 4 o'clock because none of the workers want to work after 4. This is hard for truckers now to get a hot meal when they come in, so be kind to truckers. They have a hard job out there trying to transport things, and they're under a lot of stress. He says a lot of truckers are hanging the keys up because they can't make a profit. They're not willing to take huge risks on loads and fuel being so high. This person is traveling on vacation. They go to Burlington, Vermont. There's a destination. They've been doing it for 15 years. So they know when they get there how things are supposed to look. This time, lots of tents everywhere, homeless people everywhere, graffiti everywhere. So we see the deterioration of cities, even small cities, big cities. This is a small county in Maryland. This is Walgreens Pharmacy. They are only open now Monday through Thursday, and they're the only drugstore around. So that's how short they are in pharmacists. They're closed Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. This person also works for the public school system, doing their purchasing and tracking of grants. And they're saying grant money is being thrown at them. Got so much money in the last 6 months, almost more than in the last 4 years. So money is probably coming from the federal government. They described it as a cash cannon. This is Sam's Club. This person buys regularly the apple cider vinegar in 1-gallon containers. It was at $14.98. It just went up to $17.98. That's a $3 increase. That is a 20% increase. As you continue to hear me say boots on the ground, it's no longer 8 or 9%. If you do hear an 8 or 9%, that's probably the second or third increase. Now you're hearing 20 and 30% increases on food and things we use every day. They also said that their parents needed vision appointments. They have put their doctor's appointments off because I guess they don't want to go, but they need them desperately. So they set up and went into January of 2022. They had their first appointment, eye doctor. They had to wait 5 months, and they had their scheduled eye surgery. I guess new lenses, cataracts, I think their problem was. So it was scheduled for May. They went in January. Surgery was then scheduled in May to take place on the 25th. They actually paid for their surgery in full. So just the other day, they're supposed to have surgery, I guess today. It was canceled. They just got an email, and the replacement lens for their surgery did not arrive. These lenses were pre-ordered 2 months ago. So getting yourself psyched up for an eye surgery and then having it canceled is devastating. I don't want anybody messing with my eye. I'd like to get it over with. So hopefully they can get what they need and get their surgery scheduled as quickly as possible. Walmart. This person went in there to get some white tub caulking tubes. $9.80. $9. Caulk has gone through the roof. They said it should be about $3.50 to $4. That was the old price, but we are in Biden's new economy, $9.80. Let's go to Ashland, Oregon. These people buy directly, I guess, their milk or milk products from a dairy, and they do some type of delivery once a month. They get their products. It's a share farm. The owner of the farm, the lady sent out an email asking for donations because the increase of hay and grain has gone from $35,000 to $56,000 to winter, get them through the winter. That is a huge increase. This is a Publix grocery store. This lady said prices dramatically up from last week. K-Cup 8 o'clock coffee went from $17 to $20. Premix spinach salad went from $1.99 to $4.29. That's a huge increase. These were only two of the examples she sent me. She said there were other significant price increases as well. This is a property adjuster, so he works for an insurance company. He wants you to be known. Some companies are great, and some companies will basically screw you if you do not know what you're doing. So he gives some advice. He says, ask for a detailed line-by-line cost when you have a property claim. So you want to see exactly how they calculated that. Then take that number and check it against local, like Lowe's. They used to be able to buy OSB, it's type of plywood press board for $7, used in a lot of commercial construction and residential construction. Common item. It used to cost like $7. Now it went up as high as $50. It's come down since. So you need to look at those prices and make sure they're reasonable prices. And if they're not, talk to them about it. But you want a detailed line by line cost on everything. This is Northern Alabama. Good news, gas dropped about 40 cents a week in the last 2 weeks, 40 cents a gallon. They also said fruit prices are still going up. Houses are staying on the market longer in our area. We are suffering from drought. Farmers and gardeners are suffering. Power and water rates have increased. I could change Northern Alabama and pretty much put anywhere in the United States. I might have to take out the drought section, but food prices up, gas prices up, water prices up, electric prices up. And that was referring to natural gas. Regular gas is coming down, and that's good news. Central Georgia. This is a meat department manager of a large chain grocery store. I didn't want to put his name out there, or his name of his location. Since February, chicken prices are rising. Boneless chicken prices have increased from $1.99 to $2.49 in March. As of today, it is $2.79 a pound. Chicken thighs have increased from $1.29 to $1.49. Then now they are $1.79. My store is running low on quick fix items such as high sugar cereal, candies, cookies, and soda. Junk food, basically. This is a lady cashier that was cashing out this viewer at a Home Depot in Colorado Springs. Said she had to come out of retirement to make ends meet. She's working part-time, but she might have to go to full-time employment because money is not being stretched far enough. The lady said she looks like she's in her 70 years old. This is a shame. A lady has to come out of retirement. This is because of the inflation. Also said in the Colorado Springs area, obituaries, really long list, over 8,000 this year. Many in the actual obituary says died unexpectedly or died suddenly. Also, he said anger and shootings are way up in their area. Wisconsin had an unusual long wet winter. Crops didn't get into the ground till late. Most of the corn is for livestock. The Amish and Mennonites corn is looking good. The Amish and Mennonites plant every square inch. They don't really look at the inflation. They don't look at fertilizer prices being up. They plant every square inch. They live as if there is no inflation or fertilizer shortage. A lesson for all of us. Couldn't finish all of them. Boots on the ground. Just keep prepping and keep preparing. Thanks for watching.
All right, we're going to ease out of the stream with Stalker by Pokerface. Love you all.
Signs that you care, touching private innuendos, wishing, hoping I was there. I look at you through the night scope while you're brushing out your hair, and I see your naked form so clearly. You don't even know I'm there.
and wash your hands after touching any raw meat.
Adios, mofo.